The Patriots.
Into the end zone.
Play here.
Touchdown for the Patriots.
WBZ FM and HD Boston 98.5. The Sports Hub. A Beasley Media Group station. Sports Hub headlines.
The Bruins got a pair of goals from Mark Kastelik. They beat the Montreal Canadiens in the home opener last night, 6-4 at TD Garden. Kastelik only scored 5 goals in 63 games with Ottawa last season.
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty fun so far. I haven't really experienced an environment like that, so yeah, it's a pretty special feeling to be able to get the win and get my first with the Bruins. It's pretty special.
Jeremy Swayman started his first game in net in the win. He made 20 saves. Elias Lindholm and Cole Koepke added a goal and 2 assists apiece. The Bruins are 1-1 to start the season. They play the LA Kings at the Garden tomorrow. As for the Patriots, they were without running back Ramondre Stevenson at practice for a second straight day as they get ready for a home game against Houston on Sunday. The good news is that after missing Wednesday, Kyle Duggar was out on the field in a limited capacity. Week 6 of the NFL season began last night in Seattle. San Francisco beat the Seahawks 36-24. Interim Jets head coach Jeff Ulbrich yesterday stripped offensive coordinator Nathaniel Hackett of his play calling duties. He gave them to the team's passing game coordinator Todd Downing. And at the baseball playoffs, the Yankees beat Kansas City 3-1 to advance to the American League Championship Series in 4 games. They'll play either Detroit or Cleveland next. That series is headed to a decisive Game 5 after a 5-4 Guardians win yesterday evening. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Sparks Hockey. Sharpen your hockey skates at home with the Sparks Sharpener. Be ready for hockey season. Head to @sparkshockey.com and use promo code SportsHub at checkout for $50 off. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 6:30.
Boston's best sports talk. There's an app for that. Download the Sports Hub app for loads of stuff. Absolutely free. Connect with the shows, get podcasts, and more. Get it where you get your apps. Or at 985sportshub.com.
Afraid hello. 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 Mm-hmm. Hello. Hello. Hello.
He's naked. He has a sword.
Oopity about with a football.
98.5.
Bruins are back from the West Coast.
Cocaine and hookers. Yes. Na.
Is it okay to use this for the radio?
Yeah. Welcome to the show, you sweet bitch.
Yeah. No. Instagram. Yeah.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning. We are Dutcher and Hardy, Town Fair Tire Studios, 617-779-0985. You can watch us on YouTube. Just search 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube. And you can as well know that we are brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. I was just in the few minutes we had between the pre-show meeting and the going on the air. The ringer, I don't. These are a little too esoteric for me. They're like but it's the 85 best Quentin Tarantino characters ever ranked, and that gosh, there's a lot. But I guess Natural Born Killers is a Tarantino movie. They say.
I think he wrote it, but
okay,
didn't Oliver Stone direct that?
Yes, I know Oliver Stone did that.
All right.
From Dusk Till Dawn.
I don't think I ever saw it. I've seen bits of it. I didn't know.
Death Proof.
Death Proof. Is that the Kurt Russell
Grindhouse ones?
Yeah, I haven't. I can't watch those. Sorry.
All right, so
too indulgent.
And then the rest of them are like his movies that I'm aware of. But there are characters that aren't listed. But I just want to mention this. So it's the 85 best, and there's some that aren't mentioned.
Okay.
Fabian or whatever from Pulp Fiction is at 83. I would contend that might be the worst character in a movie ever.
I mean, how many characters total are there? I mean, is this all 85? from all of his movies?
No,
because she would be last.
Yeah, she would be the last one. No, it's not. There's characters that aren't included.
Let me tell you else who in that same movie, around the same time of the movie, the cab driver in Pulp Fiction.
Oh, yes. Villalobos.
Yeah. Oh,
what's
God.
that? What's Esmeralda Villalobos?
Yes. Your him. Shut
your
up.
him.
Shut up. What is it like to kill a man? Oh, God, shut up.
As someone who creates content and writes for various websites, an 85-item listicle, that's insane.
Yeah, that's no good.
I have pity for the person who had to write that.
So can we quickly guess who might be at the top of the list, Fred?
Yeah, I haven't looked, but I will do so now. Yes.
Okay.
I'm here.
So,
oh, boy.
I mean...
Okay, that's not good. All right, go ahead.
Jules from Pulp Fiction has to be top 5.
Jules is number 1.
Okay, excellent. Good. Thank you.
And then it gets stupid.
I'm going to say 2 from Reservoir Dogs.
Mr. Pink's going to be in the top 5.
Buscemi.
No, I don't think he's going to be that. I don't know if he'd be that high. I think Mr. White and Mr. White might be higher.
Yeah, but Mr. Pink was a scene stealer, and you got to put like something in your top 5 that people aren't expecting to see.
All right,
and that's my take.
So who's the highest Reservoir Dogs one, Fred?
None of them are in the top 10.
Well, that's the dumbest thing.
Already
I've
the
ever
list is bad.
It's worse than my dad rock list.
Django.
No,
not really. No.
Let's not go crazy.
It's a different category.
I'll tell you, I can try to find
Django has to be in the top 5.
Mr. White is number 14.
Okay.
All right.
And he's the highest ranking Mister from Reservoir Dogs.
All right. Is there a Kill?
I'll ignore your repeated question.
There's got to be a Kill Bill, right? There has to be a Kill Bill.
There is a Kill Bill. Well, I don't know why there has to be, but there is.
Walked out of Kill Bill 2.
Yeah, not a fan of Kill Bill, but go ahead.
It's got to be Uma Thurman's character.
the bride.
Right?
She's number 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't care for those movies.
No,
There's another character in a movie I really did not think was good, and I'm not being cool. It took me 5 plane rides to get through it. Legit 5 plane rides where I didn't bail out until finally I was tired enough just to sit there and stare at it.
Quentin Tarantino?
The Hateful Eight.
Quentin Tarantino. I never saw The Hateful Eight.
Neither did I.
5 plane rides, a character you didn't like, everyone else liked.
And there's a movie of his that's bad that has a top 5 character. A movie of his that's legitimately bad that I saw in the theater, really all gung-ho to see. And then me and my friends that went to it were like, this is just, I won't give it away. But
Jackie Brown?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Jackie Brown is number 4. Pam Grier.
Okay.
And Jackie Brown was just the most self-indulgent. Everything that was inconsequential, it was like Bubba the Love Sponge to Howard Stern. Like Howard Stern was this like great personality, and then Bubba the Love Sponge just took everything that only idiots would see about the show and made a show. That's what Jackie Brown was to Pulp Fiction. It was just like music.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like-
soundtrack was good, but that's pretty much it.
I don't think I could ever like any of that music because of the
Oh, because you
obvious way it was. And what was that movie? 2.5 hours long?
It's really long. And you watch that movie for, again, Samuel L. Jackson as Ordell, Bridget Fonda, who is great in that, and Robert De Niro is good in that. But the rest of it, nah.
But plus, I didn't watch blaxploitation movies with Pam Grier in them when I was growing up. I'm not, 80 years old.
Chris Tucker's actually pretty funny in that movie too.
Yeah, he's in the 80s.
Where's Travolta in this?
Yeah, Travolta
Jules.
is 5.
Well,
There you
he's
go.
Vincent
Vincent.
Vega, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Right.
Yeah.
The number 3 is a character a lot of people liked. It's from a movie that's not like one of the classics. But it's a movie that was good.
Quentin Tarantino. Is it from Inglourious Bastards?
Yes.
The German guy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hans Landa by Christopher Waltz.
How about that?
So there you go. I gave you the top 5.
Okay.
And then I'll give you 6. Rick Dalton, Once a Time in Hollywood. That's Leonardo DiCaprio. That movie's not good. It's just not good. It's not good. It takes forever. Why is that movie so long? What's going on that's so interesting?
Because at some point, and I'll tell you what, it was after Pulp Fiction, and everyone is celebrating Quentin Tarantino. He thought anything I think of, whether it's dialogue or a scene or just a vignette, is worthy of inclusion. And there's no way he edits his own movies, I wouldn't think, but he's got a heavy hand in the process because you could cut down. Even watching Pulp Fiction now, I'm like, man, I could
take out a half an hour of dialogue of every movie he's made.
But I could cut 30 minutes out of Pulp Fiction for you.
Sure.
And I like Pulp Fiction a lot. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, there's a scene. This is where I bailed out twice in a plane. Brad Pitt's on the roof fixing an antenna.
Oh, but I see now that scene's pretty good because it gives his backstory as to why he is blacklisted in Hollywood.
Yeah, but I don't. But I don't care. The whole thing, I don't care. And like I knew what was going to happen at the end. Like, oh, good, the Manson family.
It's
like you
it's
invented.
the constant. It's like the going back to the scenes of him driving around listening to like 70s era L.A. radio or 60s L.A. radio. I'm like, I get it. You've transported me in time. It's fine. I got that the first time you did it.
And I'm supposed to be nostalgic for a time I didn't grow up in an area I didn't grow up in.
Bingo.
And by the way, Brad Pitt's character in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is 8 because he was so wonderful. That movie's very difficult to get through.
You know who I like in that movie? Al Pacino as the agent. I think he does a nice job in that movie.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
But Reservoir Dogs, everybody in Reservoir Dogs should be ahead of that. True Romance, by the way, is one of these movies that's included in this, and they don't have a character until 17, which is the woman, Patricia Arquette.
Oh.
Mr. Pink is number 19, and then there's just Mr. Blonde is number 22, who is of course Michael Madsen.
Right.
Oh, yeah, and then Walken in Pulp Fiction's 23, which is a great scene.
Yeah, Walken's in True Romance, too, isn't he?
He's a bad guy. Oh, no, that's
one of the
Dennis Hopper.
That's what I mean,
no, that's the two of them together. Yeah,
the Dennis Hopper scene.
Yeah, Dennis Hopper
That's
talking to
best
Chris,
scene of the film.
That's the best scene in the film, and should thereby be a top 10 character.
Recite it for us, Wallach.
I can't.
Why not?
Can't.
Why? What's wrong with it?
Yeah.
What is he?
Chesterfield now.
It's something about Sicilians. What about Sicilians, John?
I can't do it.
Show some backbone, you lily-livered.
It's art. You'll be fine.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, everyone will get why you're doing it because it's art.
And
Sharon Tate for Once Upon a Time in Hollywood's number 40.
And when we just post the video of it later on.
Yep.
Out of context.
Oh, the clicks we'll get?
People will still get it, and you'll be fine.
Why don't you do that scene while at Disney trying to fit in chairs, and we can see how that all goes down. See how people get into that thing.
The Kill Bill thing that the moment I said no more was in the samurai sword shop when they're arguing about the soap opera. The two samurai sword masters, and this is where Quentin Tarantino thought, if I write this dialogue that doesn't necessarily move the story along, but is quirky and somehow feels real, people loved it. So I'm going to include long bits of it. It happens again in the in Django movie when Jonah Hill shows up, and they're arguing about the hoods, right? Like, would you just stop? It's not that funny. It's not that clever. You don't have to include one of these in every one of your movies. Don't do it. I don't like. Now I feel like I'm wasting my time sitting here watching this.
Dennis Hopper's from True Romance is number 61. I'm just giving you the as I scroll through this thing. Yeah, I mean, I love Quentin Tarantino, but he's got when he really, gets his heels in and starts insisting on things.
Yep.
The best character deaths, they have a top 11. Of course, they put the Manson family Once a Time in Hollywood. Adolf Hitler in the Inglourious Bastards, Vincent Vega in Pulp Fiction, the Mexican Standoff in Reservoir Dogs, something from Kill Bill that I don't understand.
Which one from Kill Bill? What does it say?
O. Ren.
Oh,
That is a killer fight
that's
scene.
Lucy
That's
Liu, right?
Yeah, that's a really good fight scene with Orny She.
The bride kills about 47 people and then kills Lucy Liu at the end of the scene.
Is that like a one shot or something
No.
Not a one shot.
Oh, because I thought it was a tribute maybe to the creepy Korean film
Old Boy.
Old Boy.
Oh, okay.
Which Spike Lee did a remake of and took away everything controversial or interesting about the
You
film.
didn't watch it, did you?
No.
Yeah, neither did I.
Well, I found out that it didn't end with the incest thing, and I'm like, then what the hell's the point of the movie? That was the whole thing comes together with the incest thing. If you take that out because the American audience can't handle it, then it does everything that happened doesn't make sense.
Agreed.
And
That's
yet
what
you-
sells the movie.
No
And
reason
yet
for
you
that to have been made.
chastise Scarface for its incestuous undertones, Fred. Make up your mind. Is it okay or is it not okay?
Oh no, that's a great scene. You want me, Tony?
Yes.
Why that? You want me, Tony? Yeah.
That's it.
It's a beautifully acted scene.
Oh, my God. If I closed my eyes, I thought you were just playing the audio.
I'm not far off. You want this, Tony? Yeah. I'm all cooked up.
Oh, you just put me there.
Thank you.
That was really good.
That's where great acting can take you. It can take you out of yourself and put you into a magical world.
I'm all coked up, man.
The idea that movie, that Scarface is a hero to people, is so funny. I can understand why Oliver Stone would just throw his hands in the air and go, "What do you want me to do?" Like it all.
Brian De Palma.
Brian De Palma, sorry, but Oliver Stone wrote Scarface, right?
Oh, I don't know.
Brian De Palma directed. Did Oliver Stone write Scarface?
Do you still have the framed movie poster on your wall at your house, Fred?
No, it's in my office.
Ah, right on.
It's in my office building. I have it in every boardroom. I say we're going to build a business and then it's going to crumble right away. That's what I want to do.
Directed by writers. Very good, Fred. Oliver Stone, Howard Hanks, and Ben Hecht.
Howard Hanks is the brother of Tom Hanks, and funny thing about it, he's a little person.
I don't know.
That's why there's so much violence.
I don't know what
Little people often very, very violent. All right.
Don't look him in the eye. And I learned that from Wolf of Wall Street.
Oh,
And these things gossip.
these things.
That's what.
Not a nice thing to say.
That's why I'm quoting the movie.
No, I understand. I'm just saying in the movie that's not a nice thing to say.
No, it's actually a funny scene. By the way, Ryan Beaton has a homework assignment this weekend that Wallach and I gave him, and that is to watch a movie that, Fred, you probably haven't watched it either, but I won't force you to it because you don't like movies all that much.
I'm going to the Saturday Night Live movie on Friday.
Okay.
Tonight.
all right.
But we have instructed Ryan Beaton to watch Man on Fire this weekend with Denzel Washington.
Fantastic revenge movie.
Yes.
I believe I've seen Man on Fire before.
Very good.
Yeah, I'm seeing that Saturday Night Live movie Saturday night. That's I'm seeing it tonight. Oddly,
Hey, why not go see it tomorrow night, Fred?
because I'm going to be watching.
It's a little too precious.
Jackie Brown again, but it's about the first. I guess it's about the 90 minutes before the first episode of Saturday Night Live.
It's getting good reviews.
Yeah, I'm interested in it. As you know, I am a fan of the history of Saturday Night Live, more so even than Saturday Night Live itself. Because I defy you to go back and watch the shows from the 70s. Not easy to watch. They're on Peacock, and they're not good. All right, but then again, they're 50 years old, some of them. So what are you going to do?
There are a couple. We have this argument all the time. There are a couple of bits in there that are good.
Yeah, but they're not. Like Little Chocolate Donuts isn't funny. He runs, and then he's smoking and eating donuts. That's the joke. How is that funny? There's no surprise. It's just a bigger guy, because he's not even fat, a bigger guy smoking and eating donuts.
Jeez, I suppose you're going to say you didn't like Land Shark either.
Well, that was in the height of Jaws, so I will take myself away from that.
Okay.
Because that was in the height of Jaws, so that's like one of those things that I probably just don't get.
Killer Bees, didn't like that? No?
I do like the Killer Bees a little bit because the network told them never to do it again, so they started putting it in every sketch. That I do. The message behind that I like.
Blues Brothers. And you,
I loved Blues Brothers.
What I'm saying, you dressed up as a blues brother.
Oh,
right?
I've seen the Blues Brothers more than I've more than I've seen any other movie.
See, now we're rolling. This is.
But I don't. But it's not funny, and it's kind of embarrassing looking back. That
Well,
they
now
did it.
everything that the Blues Brothers is about and stands for, like white guys thinking they can actually perform the blues, you hate.
Yeah, I know, but the movie's good.
The movie's fantastic.
The movie's really good.
That was not the first, I guess you could say, like it's a mad world was like a blockbuster comedy. But in terms of a high-tech, stunt-driven comedy, Blues Brothers was the first.
Well, it had a huge budget. Animal House made way more money. Animal House was the big hit out of all that stuff.
But probably cost nothing to make.
And it cost nothing to make. That's why they kept trying to do it, and they made a TV show out of it, which was fantastic. All right, we'll be back in just a moment. So much happened last night. The Bruins played. There was playoff baseball. So much. We will be right back.
on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Did you catch the game last night?
Hey, everybody. We're Toucher and Hardy, and Hardy's going to take you to all the games you might have gone to bed before they ended.
Well, the Bruins were playing last night, home opener after suffering a loss on the road against the Panthers in Florida. Jeremy Swayman got the start in net last night. He was taking care of business early on. Looked like the Bruins got on the board first, but the first goal was waved off due to goalie interference. It was actually Brendan Gallagher who struck first for the Canadians last night, making it 1-0.
But does it count when everyone smashes watermelons after and they got to pick it all up the ice?
Beaton is staring at you. He has no idea. That's beautiful.
Well, okay, I'll give you an example. Gallagher, he has a big couch on stage, and then he goes in between the cushions, and there's a big quarter.
A huge quarter.
Yep.
And a huge condom, I believe. If you make it till the end of the set, your sides have not split, and you've bled out. If you can make it to the end of that bit, there is a prophylactic in that couch.
But the real Gallagher's dead, but his brother's still touring as Gallagher. If you see him, just bring a raincoat if you're going to be in the front couple seats because he plays with himself.
So anyway, Montreal got on the board first. Charlie McAvoy with the equalizer.
So here's McAvoy with a shot. Score! Off the win of the faceoff, McAvoy rips a wrister past Primo, and the Bruins with a power play goal tie it up.
McAvoy looked really good last night, head up the entire time, looking for different options, looking for the pass, looking for the shot. He played like that pretty much all night.
Offensively, once again, Bruins looked great.
Yes.
Yeah,
defensively,
well, we'll get to that.
so good.
I have a feeling we're getting to that because it's not good.
Yes.
No. Let's focus in on the offense a little bit more because then Montreal scored again in the first period, and the Bruins scored again, and then Eric Lindholm.
And Primo the save. Here's Zadorov. Send one in front. They score! Redirected in the slot by Lindholm, and the Bruins have their first lead.
19 replays of that shot. Still not sure how that puck made it in. Was it off a skate, maybe?
Maybe the blade and then the skate.
Yeah, the little
Can't
blade,
tell.
skate, blade.
Weird.
No. It was whatever. Great stuff. You say defensively they weren't good. I protest.
Borak moved it across for Gallagher from the left circle, and the wrister saved by Swayman covers the loose rebound.
There you go. Swayman making saves. What do you want? What's the problem?
The Bruins to move people out from in front of the net and clear the puck. That's what I would like. That's what I was gutting for there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that first period was really good. Yeah.
Well, the third period wasn't good either.
No, they just first period lousy, third period lousy, second period they look like a Stanley Cup champion. It was really something.
Oh, you're talking after they have the 5-2 lead.
Yeah.
And things are looking pretty good.
Beaten on this one by Evans. Puck back to the far side of the blue line, and a shot scores. Gooley took the initial shot, and it was redirected in front by Josh Anderson. And so it's back to a 2-goal Bruins lead.
So you can just change your name for Halloween?
I'm not doing it every time. I can't. You're gonna wear the button. You're gonna wear it out.
Ghoulie.
It's the face you make after you say it that's worth it. The YouTube people are psyched.
I'm saying everything that pops in my head today.
At least
I usually censor myself.
No, you're fine.
We had a discussion about this yesterday, about all the great one-liners that you sit on because, you always want to leave the audience wanting more.
Yeah.
But today is the day where you're going to give them everything.
Every dumb thing I think flows through this stupid head of mine, I'm going to just
right.
come out and say.
All right, so you're still up 2 goals. Oh, nothing more dangerous than a 2-goal lead in the National
I
Hockey
just
League.
thought of another one. I'm not doing anything. I can't do it. If I said everything, we'd lose our entire audience.
Thank God you already did the Gallagher joke when he scored the first time. Bruins have a 5-3 lead, and then
Evans centering pass. Gallagher scores. Zadorov had broken his stick. And Gallagher uses the opportunity to draw Montreal back within 1 with 4:17 to go.
I suppose that's their fault, too, the defense. The stick broke. dumb composite sticks. Is that their fault? Is that poor play? Or is that poor craftsmanship?
Well, Gallagher
was standing 5 feet from the net. I think that's a problem.
Gallagher would give
not ideal.
Gallagher would draw you in with the whole.
So they got to be perfect.
Gallagher would draw you into the whole smashing watermelons thing, but you had an hour and a half of some really deep thoughts on politics.
There's political commentary and satire.
Mm-hmm.
He was not a one-trick pony.
Right.
No.
Bruins
dressed like Doug Henning.
Bruins would go on to win 6-4 the final. So 10 goals scored last night at the Garden.
Yeah. Well, 10 goals they've given up this season.
10 goals. That's the problem you really focused on. If they win games, it's got to be 3-1. They're not going to score 10 goals across 2 games for the rest of the season. They got to work on the other end of the ice. Very bad play for long stretches of time in that end.
And it's funny because, by the way, their fourth line has been by far their most effective line.
They were fantastic last night.
Well, they're in a very little amount of ice time in the first 2 games. They've scored 4 times and given up no goals. So I have to imagine that's the most effective line.
Kastelik scored twice last night. He scored 5 goals all of last season.
Yeah.
So obviously this is not going to.
They
keep
talked to him
rolling
after the game.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not on ice very much. And so, and they're certainly not on power plays, obviously, as the fourth line. But they have been the most effective line for this team. Look, it's 2 games in, but they've given up 10 goals, and it's not like a goalie's been pulled. So, and I don't think Swayman was bad last night. It's just that the defense is not good right now. Last night you saw Zadorov, like his power. You saw him hitting guys and how big he is and how they can push people around. Look, man, get 90. I liked it when he did that, by the way. But just get in the playoffs, which they will. Be heavy in the playoffs, and hopefully Swayman, for the sake of everyone, plays well because you're stuck with them.
I actually need them to get 98 points, Fred, if you don't mind, just for the season.
Oh, I thought it was just so it all fits.
No, not
like 98.5.
No, I have over 97.5 points.
Yeah,
that's all right. All right. Oh, well, let's check in with Monty on the checking.
He talked for about 2 seconds, by the way, last night. I heard the entire post-game press conference.
Well, we wanted to play faster. We wanted to check better, and we wanted to make sure we won more battles. And I think we accomplished all those 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
In spurts, yes.
Yes. Billy Jaffe's going to join us at 9 o'clock, and he had plenty to say during the game last night, and he'll have plenty to say this morning. So, catch any of the baseball last night, Fred?
Well, I heard, as always, almost the entire Tiger game due to the fact that I was in my automobile. And then I did not watch any of the Yankee game. I'm aware of what happened.
All right. Well, since you already know about the Tigers, we'll lead with that.
Fearling, a swing and a miss. Ball game. And this incredible division series has one more game remaining. A deciding Game 5 winner-take-all Saturday in Northeast Ohio as Cleveland comes off the mat to beat Detroit 5-4.
Yeah, they were down a game, and then they were up in that game, so I don't really understand what they mean by that, but Skubal's pitching on Saturday, so the Tigers are going to win this series. Skubal is so far and away the best pitcher, and the Tigers have a good bullpen, so
yeah,
it is what it. I mean, the Tigers are legit going to have to score 2 runs, which I have every confidence they can. I'd be very surprised if they lose to the Guardians.
Well, the Game 5, as he said, will happen on Saturday, and the winner will go on to face who?
A high fly to center. This is it. Judge is there. He makes the catch. Ball game over. American League Division Series over. Yankees win. The Yankees win.
He's not good. He's not healthy. That's not a man who is rolling right along. That's a guy who is propping himself up and using his last breath.
I hope he's not, shaking his head back.
Oh,
and
he
forth
is.
on,
If you've seen the video of it, he is. That's
Because
exactly what he's
It's
doing.
a Katharine Hepburn kind of thing.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Day to you.
Yeah.
Norman, you old poo.
I'm gonna go out and pick blueberries.
That's just like Henry Fonda. Say it again.
Hey, Katharine Hepburn, I'm going out to pick blueberries.
Norman, look at the loons.
I'm gonna get confused and lost.
I'm not going to take my boat in Purgatory Cove. Yes, you are, Charlie. I'll navigate.
Jesus, that's really weird.
Yeah. He's doing.
That's weird.
He's doing Katharine Hepburn.
On
I'm
Golden Pond.
I'm doing Peter Fonda.
I know.
Henry.
I'm doing Henry Fonda. Peter, why you in that movie with LSD?
Norman, Chelsea is here. She wants to make up with you after all these years.
I don't care for. I'm gonna go pick blueberries and get lost. I need to count my brains on the fry.
Norman, take the bucket, you old poo.
Pope. I can't make the solid ones no more on account of my hold.
Norman, Chelsea's getting married to a dentist. They are getting married in Brussels.
I don't like her because she like the Vietnamese. She's like the northern Vietnam or whatever the.
Norman, don't say that. You are too fond of Hanoi Jane.
Huh?
I get it. Fonda. It's good.
That was I learned that from Morton Downey Jr. I was
good.
watching that show one time. There was a whole episode about Jane Fonda and Vietnam, and I'm like 9. I'm like, what the hell are they talking about? They're really angry though, and he doesn't seem to be a nonpartisan host.
And Jane Fonda, I'm sure, was the guest for the whole time on the Morton Downey Jr. show.
Yeah, she was not there.
You could smoke back then.
Yeah.
You could smoke in studio. Yeah, but I'm a little disappointed about the Yankees. It's now it's going to be a lot. In fact, I even tuned into the Fan yesterday, and again, I don't dictate what they're talking about. What I know, what they should be talking about, but I turned into the Fan in New York yesterday. They were going on and on and on about baseball, which it just ruins everything. Go ahead.
Aaron Judge, 2 for 18 in the series, and is not hitting, and still the Yankees are winning. It is remarkable.
Well, I mean, congratulations, you beat Kansas City. It's not remarkable.
Well, the fact that they're able to win games, that lineup isn't exactly loaded.
Well, Stanton's a great playoff hitter. So I disagree with you. They have got plenty. They got plenty in that lineup in the playoffs. What's Stanton hit for the playoffs? Let's see here. 375. He slugged 688. They're fine.
Yeah.
Stanton's a monster in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's amazing to me because Judge is one of the best 2 hitters on the planet, and his career postseason batting average, and this is like over 200 at-bats, is 200.
You know who's not afraid of him, though, being struggling for the rest of the playoffs is your boy, Concussion. Can you imagine?
Really?
Yeah, he doesn't.
Does he think he's due?
He's like, he's great. He's the best. I want to worry.
Don't you worry about Aaron Judge. He's one of the best hitters in this generation.
Yeah, that's exactly probably what he said. That's what I heard him say.
He'll get on track. If I know one thing about a hitter like that, and by the way, an amazing body on that man, is that he's fantastic. He can pick out a fastball better than anybody else, and when you play in the bandbox at his Yankee Stadium, all you need is a pop fly.
Short right porch.
Short right field porch. So you think he's going to be good, Tim? Oh, absolutely. I haven't seen a hitter like him since George Sisler.
He's Steve Balboni, but with muscle.
The Bambino would be proud.
Steve Balboni was a strong man, but not visible muscle.
You know, his nickname used to be Bye-Bye because he hit a lot of homers.
Alliteration, my friend.
I'm going to say a bunch of cliches, but I'll be excited when I say them, so they'll sound like original thoughts.
But it's funny, like I don't think I've ever heard him badmouth anyone unless they've somehow disgraced the game.
If we can find it, there's no way we can. But he went on and on when Stanton was in Miami. He went on and on about how well put together a body Stanton had.
You know, if I was going to make a movie called Jocks that was going to be set in a college men's locker room, I think if I could cast 10 Stantons, I'd be happy.
Put a pair of bikini briefs on that guy.
Well, take them off.
Don't put them on.
Don't put them on. I mean, you can have them on, but have them take it off. And really, I don't even care what he's packing. It doesn't matter with a body like that. Who cares? All right, so we'll be back.
Make me squeal with the hog reveal.
All right, we'll be back in just a moment. Here are the headlines.
Sports Hub headlines.
Bruins won their home opener last night, 6-4 over Montreal at TD Garden. Mark Kastelik, 2 goals. Next up, the LA Kings at TD Garden tomorrow. Patriots host Houston this coming Sunday. They were without Ramondre Stevenson for a second straight day at practice yesterday. And in baseball news, the Yankees beat Kansas City 3-1 to win that best-of-5 playoff series in 4 games. They're through to the American League Championship Series. They'll play either Cleveland or Detroit. Those 2 teams headed for a Game 5 after the Guardians scored a 5-4 win yesterday evening. Sports Hub headlines are sponsored by Matthews Nissan of Wellesley, 15 minutes from Boston on Route 9 East. Family owned since 1973. Matthews is all about treating customers with respect, transparent prices, and award-winning sales and service. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 7 o'clock.
Crusher and Hardy.
I no longer love things.
Let's go. Let's ride.
98.5.
Like, let's roll the dice.
The Sports Hub.
It just sounds like something John would like.
I put it on for John because I really enjoyed his George Sisler pull there, so I wanted to give him a little reward.
Thank you.
What song is this?
This is Guy, and the name of the song is Teddy's Jam for Teddy Riley.
Is Teddy Riley in Guy?
Yes.
So they just the other guys in Guy were like, Teddy, you can have this one?
Yes. There are three guys in Guy.
Okay.
And this is one. I think Aaron Hall was another. I don't know who the third guy was.
All right. Very good. Well, it's certainly a lot of fun.
A lot of bands do that. Tool has a track called Adam Jones Shreds. And, you just, name a song after a guy in the band who wrote it.
Not one instrument in that song.
No, John. No. Other bands don't do that. No. Just
it's Teddy's Jam.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's Teddy's Jam.
Yeah.
Teddy Jam for me.
All right. Yeah. What's going on, Hardy? What else?
NFL week began last night. San Francisco, divisional rivalry game on the road in Seattle. San Francisco with a 16-3 halftime lead, and then Seattle made things a little more exciting.
Out across the 20. Cuts back inside. 25-30. Breaks a tackle. He's on the run. He could go. 40. 35 being chased. 20. 15. 10. Laviska, our hero of the game so far. Touchdown, Seahawks.
That made it 23-10.
Wow. Only down 2 touchdowns.
Yes. I mean, it did become a ball game at some point. 29-24, I believe, San Francisco was up.
Comes down to that component of trust, man. That's both of them. Both touchdowns were just a trust factor. So something that we've continue to grow at, throughout the offseason and throughout the games that we've played together. And then tonight it showed really well. So very proud of him.
Brock Purdy talking about one of his touchdown passes that went to George Kittle, 36-24. I heard this discussed as something approaching a must-win game for San Francisco. Obviously, mathematically, nowhere near there yet. But for a team that went to the Super Bowl last year, you can't afford to fall below 500 and lose to a divisional opponent.
Yeah, it was a divisional opponent, and they play Kansas City next week. So they got a long week going into Kansas City. But if you lose that game, then, like you said, then you haven't won in the division.
Yes.
Because they've already lost 2 in the division. So I believe that would be your 3rd loss in the division. So not good. So good for San Francisco.
Only 500. Only 500.
Yeah, but that would have been their 3rd loss in the division. So they, because they lost to Arizona and they lost to the Rams. Yeah. So that would have put them in a pretty difficult pickle because now they can go lose to KC if they do, and everything's still okay. You can't lose those divisional games. That's why the Monday Night Football game is so big in the AFC East. That's the game that will really... That's the first game of the year that's really going to affect things in the AFC East. Is the Buffalo-New York game that will be on Monday night with a concussed. You saw that concussion. We never talked about it, but you saw the concussion in the Buffalo game. Did you not?
Yes.
Josh Allen's concussion.
Yes.
I mean, he had a concussion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, he laid there like dead on the ground, and then but for some reason, because he's Josh Allen and big. He didn't have to go into the concussion tent. He just came right back out. And he wasn't good after that either because I think he had a concussion.
Some guys are allowed to go and stay in the game, and others, they pull off the field right away.
I think it is because kind of his size. Like, remember when people used to be able to take liberties on Cam Newton because he was so big?
Mm-hmm.
There wouldn't be calls on Cam Newton that would have been called on anyone else.
Yeah.
And it was because he was
6'5",
so
240.
Right,
yeah.
and I just think that people were like, oh, he can take it. And that's the same thing with Josh Allen, is that I think that if it was any other quarterback, they would have made him go to the concussion tent, and they probably would have ruled him out for the rest of the game.
I completely agree. Another part of it, and I know Bert's going to be in here soon, and maybe we can talk to him about this, they blow their baseline testing on purpose. They don't, the testing that they get before the season so they can compare it to the same questions they ask you after you've been knocked out like that. If you blow that and then you're equally as bad when you're asked after you get beaten up like that, they're like, oh, okay, you can go back in the game.
Well, according to the scouting reports of him coming out of Wyoming or wherever the hell he went, that wouldn't be too hard for him to do. Because he's one of the best quarterbacks. He's the second best quarterback in the NFL. But I'll tell you this, is he was not known for his intelligence, but maybe everyone else was wrong. I've never met the man. I can't judge him.
What are we going to do about the Patriots this weekend? Are we going to treat this as a winnable game? Because Alex Van Pelt was talking about the change of quarterback and all the things they're going to be able to do now.
It's like any other week. You're trying to put the best plan together to win the game. Obviously, with the quarterback change, you change a little bit in your approach. I would say that's definitely true. Excited to get a chance to go out and play on Sunday and try to get us a win at home.
All right, we're going
You're
empty.
Excited to play?
Shotgun the entire time.
Hey,
Alex, are you playing? Maybe you could have been the backup and avoided this Drake May rushing him in outside of your plan.
Rushing him in. How dare you? This is going to make them better.
He's, has shown throughout the preseason and camp and everything that he has the legs, and his college tape shows that as well. So it does give you some flexibility.
They can open up the playbook.
Yeah,
with Drake May.
And all that stuff they hid from Jacoby Brissett.
Listen,
those wide receivers are going to get open.
They could get a. Well, they could. There is a chance they could get a spark. There's a chance that May could run. I mean, he's certainly going to have to run. That I'll assure you.
Yeah,
is that he'll be running. Hopefully, he doesn't get his head knocked off, but he will be running in this game because again, they blitz all the time, and when they blitz him, if he can get out of that containment, he'll be able to pick up yards with his legs. But like Hardy just said, again, if you don't know, they blitz Caleb Williams like 43% of the time. They got to him almost half the time. He got hit 12 times in that game, sacked 7. And so it was not a good day for Caleb Williams. So if they're doing that to Drake May, by the way, Caleb Williams has, someone was hurt in that game, but he at least had 2 receivers that are really good that can get open. Drake May has none. So look for Drake May to really take it. What's the over on the rushing yards? Because now I'm really convincing myself I know something, and I probably don't. But can't you see May just taking off a lot in that game? And can't you see them wanting him to do it? Like, I wouldn't want him to sit back there and get killed. You take off. You get out of there.
I'll look that up real quick, Fred. There was one other thing that Alex Van Pelt said yesterday that I think will make you happy. He was talking about the Jets game.
I feel like I've put us in good situations. I've had some bad calls. Obviously, the Jets game haunts me a little bit, some of the calls in that game. But we all collectively just have to be better. I have to be better in situational football and in situations like that. And at the same time, we all just need to step up our game across the board.
I assure you, your play calling was not why you lost that game, Alex Van Pelt. If there was one
haunted
game,
by it, Fred.
If there was one game that you would be exempt from blame from, that would be the game. Why don't you focus on the game last week that you should have won, or the Seattle game that you should have won? Those are 2 games you should have won. You weren't going to beat the Jets that week. Now you might beat them in 2, but you weren't going to beat them that week. All right, Bert Breer is going to be in here, and I don't want any shenanigans with this BS like little silly thing with him showing up late.
We get a text with a map or no?
No, he won't do that again.
Okay.
By the way, my son had a 4-leg parlay yesterday that he missed by 1.
That's twice that's happened to him, right?
Yeah. But the other one was a 6-leg parlay that he lost by 1. Now it's like $1, but whatever.
Probably the best thing for him, teach him early.
Yeah.
They're not going to win. Don't even bother.
He said to me he's like, Dad, if I bet things, if I didn't do parlays, if I just bet bets, I'd hit 100%. And I said, if you hit 100% of your bets over a season, you'll never have to work. That's what you'll do for the rest of your life. You'll be the guy. He's like, it's easy. I said, all right, very good. It's easy.
It used to disappointment, kid.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just
I bet on all the birds, Falcons, Ravens.
They make a lot of noise. All right, so we'll be back in just a moment.
Tuncher and Hardy, 98.5 The Sport.
From the opening kickoff to the final play. Your home of the pass. 98.5. The Sports Hub. Beasley Media Group Station. Sports Hub headlines.
The Bruins beat Montreal last night 6-4 at TD Garden in their home opener. Mark Kastelik led the offense with a pair of goals, and Jeremy Swayman made 20 saves in his first action of the season. The Bruins have split their first two games. They have tonight off. The LA Kings come to town for an afternoon contest tomorrow. The Patriots are without Ramondre Stevenson again at practice yesterday. He's missed back-to-back days now. Safety Kyle Duggar was on the field. He was limited after missing Wednesday. Jacoby Brissett was also a full participant, but as the backup quarterback to Drake May, and he's having a really hard time with that.
It's tough. I don't think words can really describe how tough it is. Yeah.
The team has a home game coming up Sunday against Houston. Game 1 of Week 6 of the NFL season took place last night, and this time there was no collapse for San Francisco. They beat the Seahawks in Seattle 36-24 to get back to 500. Brand new Jets interim head coach Jeff Ulbrich announced yesterday that while he remains on staff, offensive coordinator Nathaniel Hackett will no longer be calling plays. He's been replaced by passing game coordinator Todd Downing. And at the baseball playoffs, the Yankees beat Kansas City 3-1 to win that best of 5 in 4 games. They're through to the American League Championship Series. Also, Cleveland held off the Tigers in Detroit 5-4 to push that series to a Game 5. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by 128 Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric, the company that finishes every job strong. If your home or business has a plumbing, HVAC, electrical, or drain issue that can't wait, you need to call 128 now at 888-CALL-128. I'm John Wallach of Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 7:30.
Here we go.
Boom. I win. Kaboom.
Yeah. Hit somebody.
We've got a passion for Boston sports.
Get angry.
98.5 The Sports Hub.
Half toucher.
Dressed like a gorilla.
Half Hardy.
A big, beautiful ball of flame.
And a whole lot of Boston sports.
And I have had many offers to become an insider. No sarcasm. Very, very good on Amazon. He's doing pre and post.
Thanks for watching. Appreciate it, Fred.
I did. I watched it. I did.
I know you're waiting.
No, I'm fine.
No, you're not.
I like Bert. I compliment the guests. I compliment the guests all the time. Wouldn't have him on the show. Bert gets paid. He comes in for an hour every week. All year. If I didn't like Bert wouldn't be on the show.
He just had a look of he was expecting.
I have a look of just having woken up.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I don't think I have
good.
a history of putting Bert
good.
down too much.
Yeah, I'm good.
Getting Down to Business with Bert Breer is presented by Bentley University, where good business begins and leaders come to learn. All right, Bert.
Sounds like a jazz record. Getting Down to Business with Bert Breer.
Yeah, man, getting down to business.
We're really like examining everything today, aren't we?
Yeah, we really are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get down to business. You get down to business with that mouth of yours if you want this age. I'm Jazz Wallach.
I don't know if Bert's going to play along with this one.
Well, you on that Amazon TV, you got some cash. If you don't got no cash on you, baby, you're going to be using that pretty mouth of yours.
You've been introduced to Jazz Wallach before, Bert?
No, I have not.
Okay, listen up.
I'm strung out. What you got in that wallet, boy? You got anything in that wallet? I'm too tired to fight. I make you feel good. I'm Jazz Wallach. I have an opiate addiction. All right, very good. Bert Breer is here. There's plenty to talk about. I'm
A lot of
funk-walled.
people are into hard drugs like skag and downers, and they don't
PSA
really
from Herbie
realize how
Hancock.
much they're playing
Telling you
with
not
their
to use
bodies,
drugs,
their
Justin.
lives, and their natural abilities.
Shut up, fool. I'm funk-walled. I got the funk. Man, put the meters and give me some H. All right, very good. So, Bert Breer, the big story around here, obviously, is the promotion of Drake May. Let's start. First of all, why was it announced on Tuesday?
Well, it was announced on Tuesday.
Oh, no. It came out on Tuesday. Okay, let's start with this way. You're right. It wasn't announced on Tuesday. It came out leaked on Tuesday.
Leaked on Tuesday.
How does that happen? You're a
I
reporter.
think leaked is the wrong word.
Explain.
A lot of times these like you'll see the aggregation websites. Like I'll say it. Like my Florio does it some. Like where I don't like that term because it's always if somebody else is reporting it, it's leaked. But then if you report it, it's good reporting.
Well, Florio, you keep defending him. Florio's awful.
But leak
with the dumb Aaron Rodgers. He's a jerk.
The problem with the word leak is that it assumes that somebody just handed it to you and you're being used.
Right.
Whereas if you're just digging into and reporting and doing your job, that's something completely different. Which,
Sure.
I think that it's possible this was leaked. I think what's more likely based on the timeline, because look, like if you're going to make this change, if you're Gerard Mayo, then you make the change on Monday. The reason why is because the coaches spend the entire day Tuesday game planning. So the decision's going to be made before you come into the office on Tuesday to start game planning for the next opponent. Normally in a situation like this, like if you're in my position, you're digging around looking for this sort of thing, and it could be like, but what it also could be, and I said this yesterday on the midday show, is Adam and Ian digging around, and Drake May and Jacoby Brissett know the news, so maybe each of them tells 5 teammates. Right now, not only do the 5 teammates know, but maybe the 5 teammates' agents now know, and it's like a game of telephone in a middle school cafeteria. Before you know it, not a ton of people know, but maybe 60 people know. And then Ian or Adam talk to 2 of those 60 people. And then they go back to the team, and then the team says, well, hold on a second. Can you please do us a solid here? We'll let you break it, but will you at least please do us a solid here and hold it until 1 o'clock on Tuesday or 2 o'clock on Tuesday, just so we can tell everybody who needs to know and it doesn't become a problem internally. A lot of times that's the way these things will happen. So it looks like it's leaked because those 2 are simul-tweeting or whatever,
Okay.
But in a lot of cases, it can be that they dug around for a while and then there's an embargo on it the team puts on it because, oh God, they found out. Like, let's see if we can manage this a little bit.
Fair enough. Thank you. Now let's ask this.
Yeah.
Because ideally do you think that they would have held off that announcement until before the game? If not internally, but externally, if they could have?
Because I don't think that sounds good. And I've heard people say like, oh yeah, you can do that. I think at the college level, you can do that. You've seen college teams pull it off. I just think like at the pro level, it doesn't work because reporters are in the locker room every day and you're asking your players to like keep this secret, which is like kind of, I don't know. These guys are grown men. You know what I mean? Like, so like now you're asking these guys to like keep this secret for 6 days and not tell anybody. And then if it gets out in a weird way, it makes you look like a clown show. In a lot of cases, it's just better to announce it and have a unified front behind a guy. So you're not sending, like in this case, so you're not sending Jacoby Brissett up there for a press conference where he's got to pretend that he's still the starting quarterback when he knows he's not.
And it's probably more likely to have one of the players tell somebody about it if there is a fair amount of dissent in there right now. Not a mutiny, push back on the word mutiny all you want, but I think there were plenty of people in there who thought things weren't going in the right direction, and if you're going to make a change, even if
it's also kind of like a BS request to Jacoby Brissett too, wouldn't it be?
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
It's like, oh yeah, you're benched. By the way, can you keep our secret for 6 days?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I just on paper, it makes sense. Like, oh well, like let's not let the Texans know who we're starting at quarterback. Like the execution of it's a lot different than that. Now, if you have two guys who are sort of competing for a job, that's different. Then you can probably manage that a little bit. But if you've just benched a guy, it's a little bit more difficult to say, oh yeah, by the way, don't tell anyone.
And Brissett did not take this well, so I
think he's fine though.
Well,
he was honest about it, which no one's going to like.
No, that's true. But based on what I saw at his press conference yesterday, where he's telling the media it's really tough to go through this. You don't usually see that from a bench quarterback, regardless of how good a teammate he is.
I appreciate that honesty, though. I mean, that's part of the deal. Which Jacoby's a good guy. Like I have no problem with how he handles it. I'm just saying
what you're saying is right because Brissett would not be able to hold himself to, I'm looking forward to starting based on his reaction to this news. That was my point.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. And I think it would be unfair to ask him to, again, like be an actor for 6 days for the benefit of a coaching staff.
That was a good explanation of why it came out when it did. All right, why are they doing it now?
Because Drake May is the best quarterback on the team. I disagree with the timing, but I think that and if you've listened to me talk about it the last couple of weeks, I think that this really started to – there's been momentum going for this for a while. Drake May's really built on the progress he made over the summer. And the last couple of weeks, that last piece of it, I think, for him was like handling the blitz in practice. So they've been creative in finding ways to get him reps. That 30% number was out there, what they were doing. And this is part of the benefit of having Jacoby as your starting quarterback was Jacoby was so comfortable with so many of the things that Alex Van Pelt was doing that there were spots in practice where they could say, Jacoby's done this a million times. Let's pull him out and give those reps to Drake. So that was where Drake was getting his first team reps. He was working with the scout team, which allowed him to go against an NFL defense. Although he wasn't running the Patriots offense on a day-to-day basis, they pulled him out of scout team some to do individual work on the Patriots offense with T.C. McCartney. And the last piece of this was really learning to deal with the blitz, which is going to be a big deal for him because of the way that teams have attacked the Patriots and in particular their offensive line.
Well, we were talking about yesterday, Houston blitzed Caleb Williams like 43% of the time. They hit him
Will
12
Anderson
times.
And Daniil Hunter had like 17 hurries between the two of them.
Yeah, like he was pressured on over 50% of his dropbacks. Yeah. And he threw a lot.
So, like, I think that was a piece of it, was the progress May made. I think the other piece of it was Jacoby Brissett just didn't play as well as they anticipated he would.
Okay.
And I think, like, it became harder to sell Jacoby Brissett to the team. Now, again, like, I think you can manage that for a week to get past this opponent. That's why...
that's the timing. I think that's what Fred asked, and I get it. The Drake May even right now they feel is going to be the better quarterback, but the timing of it still is bad.
Seems like you didn't have a plan,
and that's why I think and that's why I just again like it's hard to say if they were going to go through the entire year like this, and Drake May was clearly the better quarterback, right? Because there's a difference between – he's always the most talented quarterback. Mm-hmm. I had a guy I know in the Patriots building whose dad was a coach, and his dad came through in the spring and got a chance to see a practice. And he told me the story. His dad comes to practice and says, number 10 is your best quarterback. It's clear to everybody it's the most talented guy. You know what I mean? From the very beginning, he was the third pick in the draft. Right. That's natural. Being the best quarterback for the team is a different thing, and that's what's happened more recently. And I do think, like, the idea of redshirting him became impossible because he was becoming the best quarterback on the team. So I think selling that to a bunch of players who don't care about your 3-year plan, who don't care about they don't care about what's right for the development of Drake May. What they care about is their ability to make money and win games right now. And if Drake May was going to give them the best chance to do that, then it was going to get harder to sell Jacoby Brissett to the locker room. I still think you could have managed that for a couple more weeks to not throw him out there against the Texans.
All right, let me ask you two things then. And they're back-to-back. First is Drake May, the big problem with him coming out was he had a crappy offensive coordinator at North Carolina's last year there. His footwork was all messed up. He had like bad mechanics.
Yep.
They needed to work with him like that. Is there a fear that when you put him in a situation like he's going to be in on Sunday where he's getting rushed a lot, he's going to have to, they want him to. I mean, he's going to have to throw off schedule. He's going to have to take off and run. That few games of that, everything that you've worked with and accomplished him is going to go out the window because when
there should be.
Yeah. Okay.
There should be. I mean, you saw it 3 years ago in New York, right? Where, effectively Zach Wilson became Chuck Knobloch trying to make the throw to second.
Yep. Yeah, he got the yips for real.
He really did.
It's a good comparison.
It's just if you put a young quarterback in this sort of scenario where it becomes untenable, you can really cause a problem for him. And there's a ton of examples. I think David Carr in Houston is probably the classic example, but I think the main thing about having a guy like this on a bad team, it's what's around him, of course, but it's also, are you constantly putting him in bad down and distance? Is he constantly playing from behind? Because if a young quarterback is nonstop playing in pass first situations, what that means is the defense can throw the kitchen sink at him.
Right.
And now all of a sudden, if things are happening it can become really bad really fast. And so that's what I think is going to be interesting. That's what people should watch on Sunday. How often are they in 3rd and 13? Are they down by 14 points right away? And then how do they manage that going forward? Because that's the other part of it that really is complicated and challenging is if you're a coach and, again, you've got a roster full of players who don't care about your 3-year plan, and now all of a sudden it's 3rd and 18, and you're running a draw to protect the young quarterback, how do you think the rest of the roster is going to accept that?
Yeah.
It's just complicated.
Yeah, I know it is, but my concern wouldn't be the roster except for the people I had long term, and they're already been taken care of. But I do have a follow-up to that, which is something that we've been talking about for a long time about Drake May. We'll continue that discussion. There's a lot of stuff going on around the NFL, too, that's very interesting. That this isn't
the only AFC story of the week.
No, there's several, as a matter of fact. And I would like your opinion of that. I know you talked to Salad because you said you did on Amazon. So I'm interested in that as well. All right, we'll be back in just a moment.
Stay tuned for more Touch.
right now. You know what I mean? I can take care of myself. No, obviously, appreciate that. No, I'll be all right.
Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy. I take it that's Jacoby Brissett talking about the news that he will not be starting on Sunday. Bert, you correctly, and everyone else that we've talked to about why Drake May is starting, says he's the best quarterback, that, you can't lose the locker room. All right, my question is this, though. We've been discussing this since before the season started. Why did the Patriots, again, Tyquan Thornton played one snap last week. Mm-hmm. If they were so keen on keeping Joe Milton on this roster, fine. Why didn't they hold 4 quarterbacks? Why didn't they have another veteran quarterback? Because if this was not the plan to start Drake May this soon, and if this is not the ideal situation, if Brissett was struggling, they could at least put someone else in there for a game or two.
Well, if this is about selling to the locker room that you're giving them the very best chance to win, then what quarterback was going to stick around here in that situation that would fit into that category, that would be good enough where you could say this is still, even though we're moving away from Jacoby Brissett, this guy over here is still a better option than Drake May.
I guess. I mean,
it doesn't alleviate that problem.
Well, no, but it could alleviate it temporarily.
Let me just I think that this is an important thing, and I've referenced my chart a million times, and I'm sure you guys don't need to hear it again. But 48 quarterbacks drafted over 16 draft cycles from 08 to 23, 3 true redshirts. The 3 true redshirts were Locker in 11, Mahomes in 17, Love in 20. Those 3 guys had 2 things in common. The first thing is they were all 3 played for contending teams. The second thing, they all had established guys in front of them. Matt Hasselbeck with the Titans, who was a Super Bowl quarterback, Alex Smith with the Chiefs over Mahomes, and then Rodgers in Green Bay in 2020, over Love. So in all of those circumstances, it wasn't like there wasn't a quarterback where it's like, oh, yeah, like that guy's just whatever. It was an established veteran quarterback. So even if the rookie looked impressive in practice, you could keep selling Matt Hasselbeck or Alex Smith or Aaron Rodgers to the locker room. And I think that this had just reached an expiration date.
Okay,
that's my perception of it.
Yeah, I didn't say that you'd have to redshirt him. I just said you didn't have to play him in week 6.
Right.
Against a team that's going to
But then what's
conceivably.
The difference? But then what's the difference? I mean, you're like then it's like then it's just like, all right, like let's convince the locker room. My point is I understand it would have been hard to convince the locker room for the next 2 months. I think for the next week you could probably do it.
Yeah. But also what's the difference is that I don't put him out there against Houston in his first NFL game to have him run for his life. The chances of that happening.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying.
What's the difference? Right. On the other way. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I mean, like, what's the difference? I don't know who's out there. I'd have to look up, because I don't think you're getting a Tannehill here. But, whoever that name is of that guy, whoever, your Chase Daniel would be for this week, right? What's the difference between throwing that guy out there and Jacoby Brissett out there for another week?
Quite honestly, I'd rather, this is just being kind of a smartass, but I'm not. Chase Daniel I'd much rather have than Jacoby Brissett.
He wasn't bad.
Yeah. I'd rather have Chase Daniel.
Yeah.
Rather have Tannehill.
Yeah.
I mean, wouldn't you?
Well, Tannehill is like, I think Tannehill's a different class of quarterback.
Yeah, he wouldn't come here.
I think the only way.
I'd rather have Mike White. I mean, there's guys that I would have been.
I think Tannehill's on the Joe Flacco plan from last year, which is he's waiting for someone
cherry pick.
Yeah, which is let's see if there's a situation that opens up. But he's not coming in to be somebody. The reason he wouldn't have gone to Miami is because that might only be for a few weeks.
Exactly.
He was waiting for the sort of situation where, all right, I'm going to go and I'm going to be the quarterback of that team for the rest of the year.
See, Blaine Gabbert, Matt Barkley.
Gabbert's actually not a bad
I'd rather
name.
have Blaine Gabbert than Jacoby Brissett.
Trevor Simeon somewhere. I think Simeon's a free
Simeon
agent.
is not good.
Yeah.
I might rather have
Ben
Jacoby
DiNucci.
Brissett.
All right.
I don't know who that is.
Gabbert's Brady's guy.
Yeah, well,
I get what Bert is
Brady, Gabbert was your friend who takes care of you when you're drunk for Brady at the parade.
Brady was so drunk at that parade.
You don't think so, Fred?
He was drunk like a 15-year-old girl at a party drinking apple cider. Being told it's Ripple.
We used to like our term in college for that was like we call it getting high school drunk.
High school drunk. I think that was a universal term.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
I had only heard it from my friends. I'm dead serious. I only heard that term from my friends in college.
I get what you're saying though.
And from one particular town to Upper Arlington, Ohio.
If you have the veteran quarterback, which I was calling for too, it would have made more sense. Don't put him in there yet. But it's going to extend this out at least, I would think, unless he gets hurt. Like you can't put a guy in there in that position and give him less than 3 starts legitimately. Like if you've got a guy that you think is good enough to take over the position and maybe keep you competitive and keep the locker room in a healthy space.
No, it can't be a sham where it's like
you got to give him a legitimate chance. And now you're well into November.
Oh no. I mean, you could play him against the Texans, and if he struggles, play him in London, and then if it doesn't go well, you could start May against the Jets, and that's the second time you saw him. I don't think you're under any obligation, and then you cut the guy. So I mean, no, I don't agree with that at all. Because then Brissett backs up May, and then you have your whole thing again. They should have gone into the season with the veteran backup in case Brissett got hurt or this happened, and then they had to get off the plan.
Zappe, they must have hated Zappe because he fits all of these qualifications. I mean, he was with him. He was with him.
And he started for you before. So
in the locker room, the locker room knows him. He's won a game.
I mean, they must have really hated him because
he's
really wanted
him, or they really wanted him to have a real opportunity somewhere. I don't think they're out there doing players solids all the time, but maybe that was part of the calculus.
I also think, I think NFL teams overvalue single roster spots a little too much. I think that, and I think that's what you were getting at earlier, Fred. It's just, it's less people than you think it is. Because you get the 46 that you have dressed on game day. You get to that number really quick where you have to have starters playing on special teams, which doesn't exist in college, right? So 46 is not a huge number for a football team, but still, you can find ways around that if you want to manage a quarter, especially when you're a bad team that you're going to be a 3 or a 4 or a 5 win team, and it's just. The more important thing's managing.
Having a 6th receiver is not going to be the difference.
7th receiver.
Seventh receiver is not going to be the difference between winning or losing, especially when they play one snap. I'm with you, Bert.
But in a lot of cases, it is. In a lot of cases, those last roster spots are held for, you brought up Tyquan Thornton. It's a perfect example. It's held. A lot of times those last roster spots belong to guys who the team invested in one way or another, and they want to give them one more shot.
Or they
don't have a real way to use them, but they want to just make sure.
Come on.
They don't want to. But what it is.
Or they might want to trade them.
They might want to trade them. Or it's just God, I don't want to be the guy who let him go, and then 3 months from now he breaks through.
I think let's be honest. You've had your shot with Taekwondo.
Honestly, how many chances is that guy going to have?
But even if he went somewhere else and succeeded, that's just what. It was going to happen.
He
sooner or
was never
later.
going to succeed here.
No,
he may catch one fly pattern, may catch one 80-yard touchdown when no one bumps him at the line of scrimmage.
Has
and
he
he's
done
able
that?
to run by him. No, that's what you're holding out hope for. You're not holding out hope he's going to catch a slant.
I like him because his legs are my size, and you almost never see that in professional sports. All right, now I'm going to ask you about something. I'm going to ask you about something that's not Patriots related, but not Jets related. This is going to be very exciting for you. I am a little interested in Josh Allen being able to continue to play in that game last Sunday.
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about that. Josh Allen, he seemed to be concussed.
Yeah. And his numbers would indicate that he was concussed.
And then afterwards, he wasn't any good. He didn't play well, and he was laying. If you don't know, he was hit. He was laying on the ground. He was completely out of it. It appeared he didn't do the hand thing like Tua did.
Fencing.
He didn't do the fencing thing, but he seemed to be completely out of it. And we were talking about this earlier. I don't know if you heard it, but I just remember people being able to take liberties with Cam Newton because he was so big.
Yep.
It can't be that you're a star quarterback, because Tua's a star quarterback and they took him out, but he was fencing. Is it Josh Allen?
Tua had a circumstance like this
that's
too
true.
that kind of led to the whole thing.
That's absolutely
correct. Which is
correct.
why everybody was so sensitive to it in the first place.
That's absolutely correct. He was he was allowed to play after he obviously been concussed, and everyone counts that as one of his concussions. But so you think are people talking like Josh Allen was concussed and they should have taken him out of the game?
And I think like this is something the league really does need to look into. This has been such a third rail thing for the NFL, and it's easy to follow the rules if it's your third receiver, or it's, I mean, not easy. You don't want to pull a guy out under any circumstance when the game's in the line. I think like the last frontier of like concussion awareness, concussion checks, all of that different stuff is with starting quarterbacks, because when you pull a starting quarterback out of the game, it destabilizes your entire operation. And every quarterback, like, and you've heard quarterbacks say this, like the only way that they can show their toughness is through availability. That's how a quarterback shows his toughness, is that I'm going to keep showing up for the team no matter how many times I get a hit, no matter what happens to me. I'm going to be out there. I'm going to be in that huddle. And so that's the mentality of the starting quarterback in the NFL. And so they're trained not to come out of games under any circumstances. The team has a real motivation not to pull them out of the game under any circumstance. And so, I mean, the Tua situation, this Josh Allen situation, it's a very real look into, all right, like from a competitive standpoint, every game is so important. There's so few of them versus what there are in other professional sports. Like, this is the last piece of it, is how you handle your starting quarterback. And clearly, I mean, I think it's very clear we're not there yet. You know, as far as I think was it Roethlisberger who pulled himself out of a game? Is that right?
I don't remember that.
I don't know. You're getting way
so
beyond
no.
what I
But I think you can look it up. But I think Roethlisberger, I want to say, at the very end of his career, maybe his last year or second to last year, he either pulled himself out of a game or he self-reported something. And I remember thinking it was such massive progress, because that's the type of thing that you would have said like would never have happened before. And that was going to be the problem, is that the quarterback was always going to hide his symptoms. And the team was always going to be complicit in trying to do everything they could to keep the quarterback in the game. And so that was the one. I think it was Roethlisberger, if you look it up.
2015 against Seattle, it was a shootout. He figured he had probably gotten concussed, and he told team doctors and trainers what he was experiencing, and he took himself out.
Yeah. So that is really rare. But I think that's like the last frontier of all of this. You know?
Yep. That's what they're going to have to do. All right. When we come back, we can freely.
I can't wait. Here we go.
Oh, here we go.
Freely discuss.
It's time. After the break, it's time.
To discuss what's going on in Florham Park.
Yes, sir.
The intrigue behind the scenes. We have Bert Breer here, who has talked on the Amazon broadcast about how he had talked to one of the people involved and maybe more. We will have all that for you coming up in just a moment. Here are the headlines.
Sports.
that thing explodes.
98.5, the Sports Hub.
I did talk to Woody. Woody called me on Monday night. We had a short conversation. I appreciated the call. It was a genuine call, and he just asked me how I was doing. Obviously I got rolled up on in the game. My ankle got pretty banged up, so he just called and was asking how I was doing. We talked about the game and how disappointed I was in my performance and that I'm going to play better and we're going to get this thing turned around, and then we hung up.
At least this time when Adam plays the audio, it's not about someone who's accused of assaulting a woman, which is the last time Adam played this.
Good callback.
Thanks, Adam. I remember that. All right, Bert Breer is here, and it's time to get down to business because he's at least talked to Robert Saleh, he said. All right, Bert, there was a big firing. The May news came that same day.
What was your reaction? Were you
to
guys
Saleh getting
fired?
fired? No, it came at 10:05.
Okay.
I mean, I could have done the whole show. My reaction, so Robert Saleh was fired as head coach of the Jets. Ulbrich, who's the defensive coordinator, was promoted as head coach. So, and then something else happened. But when that happened, when they said Saleh was fired, I said, fine. I mean, fine. I don't, in my opinion, that doesn't make anything worse than it was. Saleh didn't do well. So, whatever. If the team likes Ulbrich, and Ulbrich was a head coaching candidate in the offseason, fine. Their offense sucks. Mm-hmm. So, and then
the reaction in the locker room was interesting, too.
Okay, go ahead, because I don't know what happened.
So the reaction in the locker room, my understanding was something along the lines of, well, what the hell is this going to do? Which is interesting because the locker room really liked Saleh. And I think their view of it was similar to what you've heard from a lot of people on the outside, which is more or less like just, again, taking the temperature of the public. I think it's the same as like what's inside that locker room, which is we had a really good defense. This is a defensive-minded head coach. This is a guy who's sort of flipped the culture here. The offense is a mess, but he was going to change the play caller. So, like, why do? And now it's the potential here. And I like Jeff Ulbrich, but the potential here is that you weaken the defense by doing this because now the guy who's the defensive coordinator, defensive play caller has a lot more on his plate.
They were down, except in the Patriots game, every game. Yep. They got down in a huge hole. They're not prepared. And I believe that's coaching. And, I mean, Saleh is responsible for everything.
Yep.
And that's what's odd about this whole thing. If Kyle Shanahan, if the 49ers give up 45 points and the offense scores 30, do people go, great job, Kyle? Like, your offense scored 30 points and the defense scored 45 points. Like, you're responsible for the operation. And also, Bert, Hackett's an idiot. Right. And an idiot took over for him. So that's a mess. But the point is this, is that Saleh's responsible for that team starting. And I think, and you might agree, that the way a team starts games is kind of indicative of coaching. Like, if you come out every game and fall behind, why? Like, it's not a talent issue. It's because
the implication is the coach didn't have the team ready to go.
The implication, I think, that the facts are like in 4 out of 5 games you couldn't. Dude, they're Levis away for winning one game. For being 1-4.
I mean, the only team that they really beat was
the Patriots.
Was a sorry outfit down the street.
Yeah, well, and the Patriots suck.
Yeah.
So, I mean, look.
No, and I would agree with that, Fred, especially for a defensive-minded head coach. If you can't stop the other team from scoring first, or you can't impose upon your offensive coordinator to have a good 10, 12 scripted plays to go down the field and get on the board, then that's on the head coach.
So, yeah, and I understand that. I'm just trying to take you guys inside the mentality of the player here.
Sure.
The player, again, isn't looking at this big picture. The player is looking at the small picture, which is, if you were going to do this, why didn't you do it before the season? We really like this guy. And how does this help me right now? How does this change things right now?
What if it says to them, okay, everyone's on notice. This is a sense
And that
of urgency.
can work sometimes, and maybe they'll get like the dead cat bounce like this week. You know what I mean? Like,
See, I said that, and Fred had never heard it before.
really?
Yeah.
I haven't heard it either.
It's one of those things that's not true, though. They just go splat, and then guts fly. Oh, guts bounce. It's fun. You could take apart a cat when you get home and throw its organs down and see what gives.
Even Jeff Saturday got that.
Yeah,
I mean, no, he didn't win another game.
He went to Harvard. Yeah. Well, listen.
Saturday.
There is a time where you have all that talent, and they have
kind
to.
of sad. Like Jeff Saturday, like
He should have never taken the job if he's so smart.
He had this distinguished career. Right? He was Peyton Manning center. He's like an all-time player in that organization, and now what everybody's going to remember him for is like a clown show. 10-game.
Okay.
It's just
he coached some Christian youth league.
Yeah,
Pee-wee.
if you don't know Jeff Saturday, was big player guy, big Ivy League guy, and then he'd probably be a Hall of Famer, right? He's probably got his number retired and everything in Indianapolis.
I don't know if he's in the Ring of Honor or whatever.
But he will be.
He will be. Yeah.
But he had no coaching experience. Fred, what do you mean he had no coaching experience? He had never coached football at any position at any level, and they offered him the head coaching job. And he went, yeah, I could do it.
Yeah, Jim
like in the
Irsay.
middle of the season. Like, whatever with Irsay, dude. We've talked to him.
Irsay's a maniac, and this is a maniac move.
Irsay's done a lot of damage to himself, and there's no doubt about it. It's not mean. He has.
But when someone has done a lot of damage to themselves that says, hey, I have a good idea for you, you should say, thank you, but I don't know if you're in the best frame of mind to be telling me what's good for me.
But he is in the position to tell you what's good for you because he's the boss.
It's a lot, but he's not your boss yet.
You don't have to do it.
You're saying Jeff
I'm just saying Jeff Saturday.
Yes.
No, if I'm Jeff Saturday, I got to get a little bit of humility and go like, I am not prepared to do this. I can't do this.
I had somebody give me a great line a couple of years ago. I don't even think it was about Jeff Saturday, but it was another NFL head coach who goes to like I was talking about this situation with them, and you know what was in reference to? It was in reference to Patricia and Judge taking the offensive coordinator job, and it applies to Jeff Saturday too, which was it was something along the lines of like, well, it was like if I asked you, he's talking to me, goes, well, if I asked you to fly our team plane to Pittsburgh for the game this weekend. You might want to help, but you probably wouldn't do it.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, so you've talked to all the principals in this, and you've gone on the record that you talked to Saleh about it, and you had reports about Woody Johnson and stuff. Did Aaron Rodgers get Saleh fired?
No, and they have a good relationship. Saleh was actually in the quarterback room this summer and into the fall. He'd taken a more active role in trying to fix the offense. And so Rodgers and him, I mean, they're not best friends, but they had a good relationship over the last year and a half, and I think they grew closer over the last few months as Saleh was in the quarterback room. They had a half-hour discussion. They talked one-on-one on Wednesday. I know everybody's looking for the smoking gun here. Like Woody said himself that he talked to Rodgers on Monday night. I don't know what the benefit for Aaron Rodgers would be to getting a coach fired. I don't think he had anything to do with it.
Okay, well, he pushed him on the sideline, so that's the big thing. They make the move with Hackett. I apologize for going into this so hard, but I mean, I can only talk to Drake May so much. They make the change with Hackett. Obviously, Hackett's on the staff because of Rodgers.
Yep.
I heard this on ESPN yesterday, and I thought it was an interesting take that maybe, and this is another thing, maybe Hackett should do it. Like, why don't you become the Guerrero to Rodgers? Like Rodgers Guerrero. Like Hackett's never going to coach again after this year. So why doesn't Rodgers just go, look, I'll hire you and you'll just be my guy.
Like and his body coach?
No, well, but I'll be your quarterback guru. Like there's a guy in the NBA, right?
You mean like his quarterback trainer, like
Jordan
Palmer,
exactly.
or
So
one of those guys,
so
John Beck, like those guys,
right?
Yeah.
So the thing, but you understand what I'm saying with Guerrero? Like Guerrero was Brady's guy, so like why can't the Jets just? He can still travel with the team and he can still do everything else, but he's not on the Jets payroll and he's gone because that sounds better to me than him still being on the staff where he just is obviously so unqualified and has been demoted.
So my understanding is like he and Downing are flipping roles. So there is like a function that Downing was serving, and I actually think this isn't a bad way to do it.
All right.
But there was a function that Downing was serving as the pass game coordinator, stuff that, overseeing certain things and being quality control over certain things, where that role now needs to be backfilled with Downing becoming the de facto offensive coordinator. So, I think the way they're going to do it to create the least disruption to the staff is have Hackett fill in and do a lot of the things that Downing was doing before. And, I think he's also still a resource to Rodgers, and that's what's valuable about him, is that he has all of these years having coached Rodgers.
Right.
So he has this background with Rodgers that I think is still valuable.
Well, it's done wonders. And I'll tell you, Downing's a real star, too. And you know what?
Downing's had a rough go of it.
Yeah, he's not good either.
He was really good at Tennessee, right?
No.
Good at playing.
Not great with the Raiders, but he had a similar. It's funny because he had a similar thing where he was known in Oakland as being Derek Carr's guy, and that's what saved him a couple of times in Oakland when he was the offensive coordinator there.
Quite a collection.
He goes to Tennessee, and I think you guys all know what happened on that. It was a fateful Thursday night, I believe, right? Like when they beat the Packers. Is that right?
Is it the Packers?
I think they beat the Packers in Green Bay. Yeah.
Okay.
So he had a little bit of a setback that night.
Tiny.
Yeah.
Wait, what happened?
He was the guy who got the DUI after the Thursday night game.
I don't remember that.
Okay, so he was the coordinator of the Titans, and this was right when the Titans fired John Robinson as their GM, and all hell was kind of breaking loose with that organization. And Todd Downing was their offensive coordinator. They fly back from Green Bay, and that night he got a DUI in Nashville at 4 a.m.
But it was like an extreme DUI, as I remember it. It was
right,
bad.
which is that, and that was when the whole issue of the rules about players and coaches drinking on the plane.
Right. It's like what happened with the Cardinals when the guy died in the DUI coming back from a road trip. All right, Bert, well, thank you for all of that. It's nice to know the Jets are a complete mess, and thank you for making that clear to me. Bert, you can read him on MMQB, see him on Amazon. We'll be back. Tony Maserati, I have not heard any of this. I've heard of it. Ooh. Very, very upset yesterday.
Oh, yeah. I heard you guys were accused by one Scott Zolak.
Joe's great at putting explosive devices and then running away.
Implicate. You guys were implicated.
I just know it's about headphones. I didn't know anything about us. I didn't know Zolak was involved, and I didn't know anyone was mad at us.
I
heard the morning show was implicated
collectively, but then names are named.
All right, let's hear what's going on.
Oh yeah,
fingers pointed.
Yeah, well, they all, pointed at the big mess, Fred. Point him at, look at that guy. He can't be trusted.
How would Zoe know? Does Zoe come in?
And that does so much damage. That does so much damage.
Is Zoe in here at 8:30?
It doesn't help anything. It's just a stigma at this point. And good luck when it's someone you know. All right, Bert, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We'll be right back.
The Bruins are now 1-1 on the season after beating Montreal last night 6-4 in the home opener at TD Garden. Mark Kastelik scored a pair of goals for the Bruins, and Elias Lindholm and Corey Koepke added a goal and 2 assists apiece. This 3-game homestand continues tomorrow against the Los Angeles Kings. Turning to the Patriots, they were once again without running back Ramondre Stevenson at practice yesterday as they count down towards a home game against the 4-1 Houston Texans this coming Sunday. Drake May went through his second practice as a starter. Offensive coordinator Alex Van Pelt is ready to turn the page from Jacoby Brissett.
You know, it's like any other week. You're trying to put the best plan together to win the game. Obviously, you know, with the quarterback change, you change a little bit in your approach. I would say that's definitely true. You know, excited to get a chance to go out and play on Sunday and try to get us a win at home.
Kyle Duggar was limited at practice yesterday after missing Wednesday altogether. San Francisco got 3 touchdown passes from Brock Purdy. They won in Seattle last night 36-24. Brand new Jets interim head coach Jeff Ulbrich announced yesterday that while he remains on staff, offensive coordinator Nathaniel Hackett will no longer be calling plays. He's been replaced in that role by passing game coordinator Todd Downing. And in baseball news, the Yankees beat Kansas City 3-1 to win that series in 4 games and reach the American League Championship Series. Cleveland held off the Tigers in Detroit 5-4 to push that series to a winner-take-all Game 5 tomorrow night. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by the 3-course prime rib dinner this weekend at the 99. Slow roasted prime rib, 2 sides, and a free 3-course meal upgrade Friday and Saturday after 4 p.m. and all day Sunday and Monday. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 8:30.
No matter where you go, you're always connected to Boston sports with the 98.5 The Sports Hub app. Download it wherever you get your apps today.
Hey, if your alarm clock sounds like this is the show for you. Toucher and Hardy, the Sports Hub.
What is this?
It's headphones on Banks and Ranks. Come on.
This is something you enjoy?
No, it's just I thought it would be apropos.
Oh, because of that fun thing. Yeah, you have to understand, I don't really know what's going on here. I know Nick's in here, so something really must be afoot. When Nicholas comes in. Nicholas came in here. He's got blue clear glasses.
Oh, geez. Sorry about
that. Are those sunglasses?
Yeah. Oh, those are from the Bar Taco, right?
No. These are different ones.
What did you had different cheap giveaway sunglasses?
No, these are they're cheap, but
give them to me.
Is there a brand?
That's
like when Opie stomped on that bum's cake.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Throw the
That's going to live with you forever.
Yeah.
That's right. You give them back to him.
That's right. Wiping them on your
Nicholas,
shirt.
I'm sorry he did that.
Yeah.
Hardy threw his glasses in the trash like a
Wiping
real
them on your shirt, that
bully.
cleans them right off. He'll be fine.
Oh, everyone does that, John. 4 eyes.
Yeah, nerd.
Think of him a guy who knows.
What?
A guy who knows how to clean glasses. Never mind. Continue on.
Why don't you wear contacts?
It really bothers my eyes. I've tried before.
Pussy. All right. So anyway, what's going? You guys
Okay,
tell me.
all right. I'm gonna tell you what's happening. Yesterday, and we'll just take this as it was presented on Felger and Maz yesterday. Okay, forget anything that happened on this show yesterday. Yet, if you were listening to the beginning of Felger and Maz yesterday, again, this is not a Friday show. This is not a agenda free. This is down to business. We have sports to deal with. And in the first segment, to show what a real issue this was, in the first segment of the show yesterday, here is an edited portion of what they talked about.
Man, did you get your headset situation settled over there?
Nope.
What's the matter?
Somebody took my headphones. I don't know who has
When you say somebody, who do you think?
Well, I guessed Zoe. That was the obvious place to start, but I saw him outside the studio. He said he didn't take them. So somebody took my headphones. I don't know where they are. They're like,
who is that? Our phone or their phone?
It's their phone.
There.
That's shenanigans. And
someone's phone ringing?
Yeah, like Felger can't like that. That's a disruption. That's shenanigans. Someone didn't have their ducks in a row. I don't mean to get off the subject, but I mean, isn't that a little unprofessional?
It is, but he's hyper-focused. He's like Tiger Woods, man. You could fire a shotgun off in his backswing, and if he's committed, he's going.
Yeah, but I mean, that's tomfoolery. That's not being buttoned down.
I'm most impressed with the amount of tomfoolery that took place on their show yesterday.
I mean, this is a significant amount.
It pleases me.
I mean, there's Drake May to be discussed. 4 hours. I mean, you get a Red Sox thing in there.
So that was the obvious place to start, but I saw him outside the studio. He said he didn't take them. So somebody took my headphones. I don't know where they are. They're like three pairs of piece of crap headphones laying on the floor of the studio.
You leave your headset in the studio?
No. I put it back where I sit.
Huh?
They have desks. Both Felger and Maz have cubicles.
No, I know they
in the
do,
sales area.
which is so idiotic. Why they have cubicles with like things in them, like their belongings?
They got stuff to. They got
like
business to
pictures
take
of
care
their families and stuff. Like,
Oh,
get
yeah,
out of here with your dumb cubicle.
They got stuff. They got to come in early. They got to do business.
Yeah,
Well,
like,
it's important.
have you ever worked at a radio station ever? Now, Jimmy Barron had an office, but he was there because he was there 12 hours a day. And Leslie Fram in Atlanta had an office, but she was PD. Where like a guy had a cubicle.
No.
I had a drawer at 99X, and I have nothing here. I had a locker. I didn't even have a locker at BCN. Who needed the locker? And by the way, take your crap home with you. What's so hard about having a bag and putting your headphones in it, dum-dum? Same with me.
I
got a bag.
We all have a bag.
Yeah.
You take your headphones in. I love Maz, but he's being a dum-dum.
And if you use your own mic condom, which Wallach and I both do.
Yep. No, I don't care.
Headphones, condom in the bag, and you leave. And when you come in, you take them out.
Maybe 3 seconds.
I'm no freaky that needs a mic condom
It's
on it.
weird that Felger does, too, because I don't think Felger spends any time here outside of, like, what he has to. He comes in right before the show.
He's got like a nameplate back there and
Yeah,
everything.
it's almost like being a dick.
Yeah.
Like my board. It's almost like me having this board, like being like a real jackass.
Insisting on a cubicle?
Yeah, well, I think a cubicle is worse than a board because the board should have, it does have a little bit of function. It should have more of a function, but that's not my fault. It did at the old building.
Continue.
Put it on my desk.
At what point did you lose the headphones?
I don't know.
I don't
They were
understand.
there when I left them yesterday. I come
On
in
your
today-
desk?
On my desk.
Someone took them off your desk.
Someone took them off my desk.
Who typically takes things off your desk, though?
So.
All right, I have had so many. How many things have you had stolen from the studio when you left
golf
them?
clubs stolen from the
I've
studio.
had golf clubs.
I remember that.
I had a Simpsons chess set that somebody took from the BCN studio, and I'm still so pissed about that.
I had, I had
cool.
I had my own area in the old studio.
Bottles of wine.
Birmingham. Well,
yeah.
no. Bushmills gave me 10 bottles of whiskey.
that.
Someone took 9 of them.
I remember.
They left 1. Now, I didn't need 10 bottles, but they could have left. They could have taken 1.
The thing that you do, though, Fred, and you did this more really in Brighton than anywhere else, people would send you things, you were given things by clients, and you would leave them here for so long, and your excuse once was, what I got to do, carry that all the way out to my car? I think it was the case of whiskey, and
Yeah.
it was 50 feet away.
No,
and you're like,
but the case of whiskey was only left over the weekend. I got it on a Friday, and it was gone by the Monday.
All right.
Yeah, the club was in here for a long time, but the thing is that
What
there's
kind of
been
golf club was it?
It was like a old hybrid, like a 10-year-old hybrid. But the thing is that there's golf clubs that have been in here for 2 stations, Dorchester to here.
Yeah.
I don't take things. It never occurs to me to take people's things, and I'm a piece of garbage with very little moral fiber. But it never even occurs to me to take things. Like when things are laying around, I don't go, oh, I think I'll take that. I don't go in the refrigerator and take food and stuff. It's gross. I don't want anyone's stuff. I don't need it. And I'm a bad person.
Yes.
So can you imagine how bad the people are that are taking the things?
Different kind of bad.
So you're saying I'm like Michael Jackson bad? Not in the kid way, but like in the like so bad it's good.
Swiping the Beatles catalog out from Paul McCartney's nose.
That's a business decision, and that was done on the level.
So I moved my stuff into the area where it's locked. And I didn't have it there before. Shame on me. That's my fault.
What area is locked? What's going on with Maz and Felger?
You can lock cabinets at your.
They have cabinets,
right?
Do they have what is this studio apartment that they have here? Do they got a shower?
I think for a while, Maz was getting a lot of his Amazon deliveries delivered here because I think it was running afoul of his wife's home financial plan.
Well,
so he just had stuff shipped to the station.
Well, he used to have a roommate. He subletted a studio from Chachi when he lived half the year in Chachi's office when he would just come in because he was sick of his kids.
Take a
snooze. And take a snooze in Chachi's office.
I don't think that's changed. I could see Maz having a desk to get away from his family. I could see that.
You don't need a desk to get away from your family. Go in the conference room. No one's ever in there. That's where we meet.
I'll go in the shed.
And
there you go. Well done.
And by the way, why do you need to be alone here? Like, why do you need to have your own? Like, why are you not with your show? Like, what are you doing alone? What work needs to be done here? Why does it, like, why do you have to be at a cubicle alone? You're not calling anyone. You're not, like, what do you have to do?
Working the phones, yeah.
Working the phones for what?
Stories. Takes.
Like, when you're here, you should be doing with the show, interacting with the show. That's the point of being in the same building. I'll talk to Maz about all this.
Okay, good.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll lay it on the line.
But I assumed in a workplace where your name is written on your desk.
Yeah, jackass, you're the only one.
That's right.
That people would respect the fact that the stuff there was yours, and A, they wouldn't take it, and B, if they did, they would put it back. Zoe told me that, oh, yeah, they're in the studio.
Like, I took them earlier, but I left them in the studio.
No, he said someone on the morning show used them, but I think Zoe might be lying. Fortunately, I brought my lunch in with me today, or that would be gone too, Murray.
All right, so we're putting an APB out on the headphones.
Does he have a refrigerator at his desk, too?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Like, he's going to leave food here overnight?
I think he does.
Oh,
yeah.
Jesus
God,
Christ.
come on.
I think he does.
Well, one of the biggest capers of all time was when someone took Maz's frozen shrimp out of the freezer.
Ooh.
And he wanted to know who took his shrimp because he had like cooking utensils here. He had like an air fryer and a couple other things. And somebody, and he brought groceries in, and he had a bag of frozen shrimp in the freezer, and somebody got into it and ate some, and that was a big investigation.
I want to know everyone involved. I want to know what's Maz doing. What time does he get? Does he sleep here? Are things bad at home?
In the locker in Brighton, he had a blender in there too.
Oh God!
For making smoothies and juices.
Well, that's how he stays so huge.
Yeah.
I mean, you can tell that he's been lifting.
Apparently, I have to lock up everything over there.
We're all freaking adults here, and we're stealing stuff off of people's desks and going through cases to do it.
Yeah, why? If you're gonna earn it, you got to climb a ladder and get the briefcase. If you want the prize, Jack, you got to get everyone else out of the ring and climb it and get the briefcase.
Ladder match.
Yeah, what? Huh? Yeah, ladder match. He's halfway up the ladder, not so quick, Miz. There's someone grabbing your foot. You're going to take a plunge. Skaplat. That's a big fall. Bet you didn't think you were going to do that when you're on Road Rules. All right, we'll be back as this continues to happen. By the way, I know for a fact no one on this show stole headphones because the headphones that were in studio were talked about yesterday.
Oh, well,
if you'll recall.
Well, there's more to uncover.
All right, but because you'll recall the conversation I had with Phil Perry.
This is all part of the investigation.
This is great, though, because I was actually really nice to Phil Perry yesterday, like super nice. So I'm going to come out smelling like a rose.
We'll see.
We'll see. Well,
we'll see.
Well, in reality, I will.
Will you?
Ladder match. All right, we'll be back in just a moment.
You're listening to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports.
In at 3. Half court. It's in the air. He got it. He did. Richardson left-handed. Jalen drives right down the middle. On top of the mountain for now, for all time. It is banner 18.
Boston Celtics basketball is back this weekend on 98.5 The Sports Hub. The world champion Celtics in preseason action at the TD Garden. Tomorrow night, the Celtics tip off at 8 against the Philadelphia 76ers. Sunday night, right after the Patriots, it's the Celtics and the Toronto Raptors at 7. Grandy and Mags are back to bring you the action all season long as the Celtics look to defend their title on your home of the Celtics. 98.5 The Sports Hub. On the air, online, on the app. This is how Boston sports fans start their day. Toucher and Hardy on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
98.5 The Sports Hub. We're Toucher and Hardy. Yesterday during Felger and Maz, they broke character. What did they broke kayfabe, and they stopped doing sports for a minute. And Maz expressed honest aggravation about something that was happening in his life,
which is odd enough. Odder still that they went back to it a second and third time in the show.
All right, so what have we learned? We learned that both Felger and Maz have cubicles, which in itself is not impressive. What is impressive is that Maz is a little apartment in it, filled with things in a refrigerator. Jeremy says Felger and Maz having a cubicle reminds me of my kid's cubby at school. It's cute that at that age that they still have a cubby with their pictures on it so they can leave their stuff. Joe says, obviously Mads needs to be alone in studio because that's the only place he can masturbate. I don't think that's true. It's a cubicle, not an office. He would get in a lot of hot water if he were to do that there. Maz is already texting us and saying that this is like a shell game with many moving pieces. So here we go. We move on, Hardy. So we've heard Maz's initial frustration that the headphones are gone.
Yes. So they start doing some digging. Phone calls are placed. Texts are made. I received 3 or 4 of them while I was on the golf course yesterday. Ignored them all. And this is a little bit later on in the show. When they have uncovered some things from some people, not from me, I kept my mouth shut.
Timothy writes in Maz's headphones. I watched a video from a few weeks ago of Maz's headset was black with a blue stripe on the side.
Correct.
That's them.
If those are the headphones missing, then you can blame the morning show.
You know what is interesting about that? Have you ever seen that sticker on the back of a car, black with the blue line? Go Google it.
Why don't you just tell me?
Because I got to Google it so I don't get in trouble, so I can say it correctly, because it's something that is of a particular community.
Is that a cop thing, or I thought there was a cop thing?
No, it's not a cop thing. Yeah. What does it mean? Okay, there you go.
Timothy writes in Maz's headphones. I watched a video from a few weeks ago of Maz's headset was black with a blue stripe on the side.
Correct.
That's them.
If those are the headphones missing, then you can blame the morning show. Esoteric was wearing them this morning. You can check the YouTube video they uploaded this morning. Tim and Sturbridge ratting out the morning show. Again, Esoteric being?
I think he's a rapper or a DJ or something.
These guys are on
somebody ratted on the rapper.
He's a rapper or a DJ or something. I don't know. He's one of these. He wears sunglasses and a fedora and crosses his arms a lot.
You understand that, like, this captivated a region yesterday. Almost immediately, Esoteric goes on social media and posts this.
Hey, Maz, it's been a long day. I would never steal your headphones. Why are you accusing the rapper, man? Why am I hearing this stuff? Even Pepper's offended. I'm at the vet to get her UTI cleaned up, and I got to worry about stealing your headphones? Come on, man.
Boy, is he with that dog a lot.
He has more than one. How many dogs does he have?
He's got 2, but he's constantly with these dogs. 7 o'clock in the morning, he's with the dogs. He's at the dogs at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Become a musician. You got lots of time to be with your dogs.
So Esoteric wants to know right away that you didn't steal Maz's headphones.
No one
wouldn't be walking around in the office looking for headphones.
Right,
That's not what happened.
Yeah. Esoteric just came in and started walking around and seeing what he could grab. That was what was happening, obviously.
Morning show's doing a whole segment on this at 8 a.m. tomorrow if you want.
Tony says, who the F is Esoteric? Try listening to the show. We listen to your show. I mean, it's a little I mean, just pretend to listen to it. It's kind of rude.
We're just trying to pick up pointers. That's all that is.
Yeah,
Just listening to that shit.
Well, shut up, John. I'm
Wow.
being serious.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, they could at least feign listening to the show. I thought we were all a team here.
Morning show's doing a whole set.
Imagine you're listening right now. So why?
Because it's about him. He knew it was.
Oh, he got a bat signal that it was going to be about him?
No, Jimmy Stewart had a heads up on this.
Hey.
Morning show's doing a whole segment on this at 8 a.m. tomorrow if you want to tune in.
Dennis, the menace there, our engineer, came in and said he was going to check the video. There's video cameras everywhere, I'm sure. Like there's any. He couldn't find it.
No,
which is too
apparently
bad.
there's no camera that has that particular angle.
Not yet.
Which, again...
Yeah, Dennis would be able to find that lickety-split. He'd be right there. Oh, yeah, there's cameras everywhere. The engineers they're right on it. Yeah, he checked the tapes. Don't worry. Yeah, don't worry, fellas. I'll check the tapes. Just have to go out to the Prudential and take a look around.
Just gotta put in a work slip, and then I'll check it.
Yeah, you call Naples. You put in a work slip, and in about 3 months I'll get to that bad boy. Don't worry about it.
Our IT security director will look into it when he's not getting scammed by a Nigerian prince.
Which happened. We got something from someone that's like in internet security, and they're like, "Hey, heads up. If you get this Nigerian prince asking you for money, let me tell you from
Homeland Security.
Homeland Security. Oh, yeah, someone called me from Homeland Security and asked me for a bunch of personal information. Turns out it wasn't Homeland Security. And you're like, "Oh, because that's usually how the federal government operates. They'll just cold call you.
They call your cell phone.
Yeah, they just cold call you. They cold call you and ask you for a bunch of information.
Yeah.
That's how they got Diddy. Secret Service called them. Remember how they went after him at first? And they're
they showed up at his house with official warrants and badges.
No. I thought they called him and they just said, "What do you got there? You trafficking ladies?" And he went, "Yeah."
Suggests to me that the culprit knew where the cameras were.
Interesting.
So then I asked Nick Ciamelli and Tom Morgan from the morning show.
Tom's not on the morning show. How much ignorance are you?
The show begins in the morning.
I mean, there is really an elitist
Tom
attitude.
Morgan is standing there when they start their show.
By the way, like between the cubicle and the elitist, like I don't listen to anything else, and who's this and who's that. I mean, they really come off as dicks. Wow, Tony.
So then I asked Nick Ciamelli and Tom Morgan from the morning show. Tom said he knows nothing about it. Nick then texted and admitted that he took them, left them in the studio, and that Phil Perry then used them and took them out of the studio. I'm sorry. He said that Tom was supposed to then take them out of the studio and put them in the cabinet.
Phil's not here today.
Okay, I didn't think so either.
Oh, my God.
They really just don't listen.
They really just don't
listen to a second of this show.
No, it's too much hijinks. All right, so Nicholas, here's what I know happened. Phil was in here and he started taking headphones. And he said, "Oh, do you need these for esoteric?" And I said, "Why are they yours?" And he said, "Yeah, they're mine, but I usually keep them here. So if he needs to use them," and I said, "Phil, if they're yours, seriously, dude, if you need them, don't worry. We have a bunch of headphones." And he said, "No, I'll leave them." That was my conversation with Phil. And Hardy, you were here for it.
Yes. Now, Nick.
Yeah.
What's going on?
8 o'clock, I went to get, I forgot my extra headphones at my house. And so as a backup, I used Tony Maz's. I knew he had them. I don't use them all the time. And so,
well, you don't go onto his desk and take his things every day.
No.
Okay.
It's every other day.
That's good.
So I went to his cubicle and I grabbed his headphones and brought them to the studio. And then I realized when I was driving home that I never returned them back to his cubicle. So I called.
These were for who?
For Esoteric.
Okay.
But so they weren't. So they're not the ones Phil used.
No.
Because but then Phil left those, so Esoteric didn't use those headphones in the studio.
No. So apparently Phil's.
This is confusing you. That's shocking.
Apparently Phil's headphones are missing. Were initially missing. Okay, so he thought I took his headphones and used them for the Esoteric segment at 8 o'clock.
Do you know what the hell he's talking about?
No.
What headphones did Phil use yesterday?
He used Tony Maz's.
Then why was he taking them?
Where did he get them?
No, I left them in studio.
Why did he think they were his?
Because apparently his headphones are missing from the spot that he usually keeps them.
Why would Phil leave headphones here?
Because he does a hit with us and then with Zolak and Bertrand.
But where would he leave them?
In the Jock Lounge.
What's the Jock Lounge?
Yeah, where's the Jock Lounge?
That area, that right by Rick and Jim. That's the Jock Lounge.
Oh, so Phil, rather than taking his headphones with him, just leaves them in a
common area.
In a common area.
Yeah, basically, yeah. In a
I'll
cabinet.
tell you what. If I was a prosecutor and I needed to put a witness on the stand, I would stay. I wouldn't get within 10 miles of you.
What?
There's no. I don't even know what you're talking about. Phil just leaves his headphones because he can't be bothered taking them with him. He just leaves them in a common area for the 2 hits a week he does here. Anyway, Phil, so Phil thought Tony's headphones were his headphones, even though he was looking at a different pair of headphones. Phil went to me. Oh boy. Phil went to me and he put his headphones in his bag and he took them out and he goes, "Oh, does Esoteric need these?" And I said, "No, dude, if they're yours, I'm sure we can find other headphones." And he goes, No, I don't need to take them. I'll just leave them here and he can take them. And I said, No, dude, they're yours. Just keep them. He goes, "No, I'll leave them for Esoteric. That's very cool." We bumped fisted. He was gone. So Phil had put them in his bag as if they were his.
Okay.
Good job, Nick.
What? I didn't know that part.
Do you Adam, you get involved in this too. Does anyone know what Nick's talking about?
I'm thoroughly This all started with me. I got a text from Tony Maz at 2:10 yesterday saying, "Hey, someone used my headphones to it." And then I spent the next hour texting Nick, T-Bone, Jimmy Stewart, Maz, and I still am confused as to what's going on.
Why? Forget it. Why is this even a big deal, first of all?
Here's what we know. We know that Nick used Tony's headphones because Nick didn't have.
So Nick is to blame.
So those headphones made their way into the studio when Esoteric came in and joined us at 8. So those are Tony's headphones.
Okay, but Phil thought they were his.
And Phil thought they were his. So theoretically, there should be at least one set of headphones around, either Tony's or Phil's. And
Beasley will have to fire someone if they're going to buy headphones.
So someone has
get that money from somewhere.
One pair of headphones and possibly 2.
All right. Well, so you stole.
I borrowed and I just forgot to return them.
That's called stealing. If I take $10 from someone with the intention of bringing it back and I don't bring it back, I've stolen the $10.
All right. Well,
so Nick is to blame.
Okay. So at 10:30, I called T-Bone and I realized that I forgot them in the studio, and I'm like, "Hey, can you do me a solid? Can you bring the headphones that are in the studio back to Tony's cubicle or office or whatever?"
It's a cubicle. It doesn't have doors.
And he said, "Yeah, sure." He never did.
Yeah.
Apparently, and that's how they kicked off the show at 2:00. They were like,
"Then where did they go?
Where'd they go?"
I don't know.
That's why you should have never taken them in the first place.
I know, and usually I'm.
Where are your headphones?
Right here.
Yesterday, where were your headphones?
I left my spare at home.
Where were your original headphones then?
I was using them.
For what?
I think.
No, seriously, for what? What did you need the headphones for?
I should in there.
Yeah. Why do you need them in there?
Because if Adam is talking on the radio, it mutes everything else, so I have to listen to the show.
Why do you have to listen to the show? Why do you have to listen to the show?
Because I'm taking notes and everything for the podcast and what topics are being talked about, so I can make them in the videos and reels.
Stuff I'm on post side.
Instagram.
Phil does a 9 a.m. segment on Toucher and Hardy.
This morning?
Yes.
So in person.
In studio?
In studio.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Tony. This is very insulting.
So after he used the headphones, he then took them out of the studio. According to Tom, Phil took them out of the studio. Tom claims he never touched the headphones.
Got it.
Even though Gemelli said that Tom was supposed to get the headphones after the show was over. So again, where are my effing headphones? Where are they? Who took them? I'm starting to think this is like the Kennedy assassination. I think there were multiple gunmen.
I don't like you making light of that tragedy, but I will tell you this. Tony Maserati, if you're a Kennedy family member, I apologize for that. It's not us saying it. Nick, you are to blame. You are the one. You did the bad thing.
Yes.
Yeah, so you're the one that started all this, and Tony has every right to be pissed at you. How about that?
Yeah.
And I have every right to be pissed at Tony for just not even pretending to listen to the show. You know what's great is Mad Dog. 3-6.
Who took him?
All right, here we go. And this is the off-air show where they can really cut loose.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Unfortunately, there's been no beeps in here. They weren't, because now they're serious. This isn't forced. This is actual.
Okay, so Felger's not on this one? Where they can drop C-bombs and then be told, you really even can't do that off-air.
Yeah. Now, apparently, because I put my headphones on my desk, people feel they could just walk there and grab them at any time.
He's right. They shouldn't. That's Nick's fault.
So here's what I've determined.
Kill Nick.
Nick Giamelli went and took my headphones this morning to use them during the show.
All right, so here's the thing. The caper is solved in terms of blame, in my opinion, in that Nick Giamelli has admitted to you he went and took your headphones out of the case today. For me, case closed. If the headphones don't come up again, he owes you $100 and a new pair of headphones.
$100? Try $250.
He took the headphones without asking you out of the case from your desk.
And that's like 10 months' salary.
I don't care if it was frantic to give to a guest that was on their show. He took them. He wasn't supposed to take them. He's on the hook. He owes you $100. Where they are, you want that part solved, I get it. But in terms of who took them, he admitted to you he took them. He's to blame.
I really don't care about the $100.
Tony.
There we go.
First the Kennedy joke and now this.
I really don't care about the $100.
And Joe Murray's big board has Nick Giamelli minus 1,000.
Okay, so
Boy,
Nick Giamelli.
just letting everyone know it's about to get hot. I can see things are about to get hot in here. So if you got bad to the bone, get ready. This is the off-air show, baby. Anything goes.
Joe Murray's big board has Nick Giamelli minus 1,000.
Okay, so Nick Giamelli, leader in the clubhouse, as the initial culprit. Where are my headphones? Where are my headphones?
I'd be annoyed.
Where are they? Someone's got my headphones.
Josh, what impact do you think?
Where are my headphones? Where are my headphones? Where are my headphones?
Well, I'll tell you where they are. Nick stole them. Nicholas Giamelli stole them. And he didn't tell any of us he stole them. And then Phil would have taken them home because Phil had them in his bag. Maz is telling us that they looked identical. This Maz is listening to. Everything else, Phil's weekly spot, he never listens to. This, though, he hears.
Yeah.
It's just a coincidence. Like that a-hole that called in yesterday and said, I never listened, but every time you talk about the Patriots, you say blah, blah, blah. All right. Well, listen, what have we learned? Nick's a thief and a liar. Just like you stole your last day as an intern. Remember when you stole the Batman stuff?
T-shirt.
The Batman T-shirt. So we know Nick is a stealer and a liar. Tony's a dick who doesn't listen to the show unless it's about him, narcissist. Felger and Maz are both self-important pricks because they have to have cubicles with their items in it and a refrigerator, even though there's a big refrigerator in the kitchen. Fred, man of the people, good to Phil Perry, said, buddy, you can take them if they're yours. Don't worry about us. Esoteric, with dogs too much weird. Wallach, not a part of any of this per usual.
And if you ask me anything I'm on the golf course, the answer is no answer.
Yeah, Hardy was just being a dad out there swinging the swinging the irons, swinging the sticks.
Got a call from the school nurse yesterday, too. Missed that one as well.
Yeah.
Nice.
Who cares?
Before retreating to your shit.
You're a nurse. You take care of it. All right. Well, there you go. Tony, you were right to be mad. It's all Nick Giamelli's fault. My advice is to call HR. We have a thief. Lord knows what else he stole. And we should have known this when he was an intern, because if you don't know, Nick was an intern, but in fairness, I was real mean to him back then. And
as opposed to now.
Oh, no.
Oh. It's there's no compare.
Was he so much meaner back then?
Oh, back in the day? Yes.
I don't know if there's anyone in this life that's nicer to him than I am.
That's when Daddy was on the drink.
No, Daddy was under a lot of pressure back then. But listen, I don't know if there's anyone in Nick's life that's nicer to him than I am. They might be as nice, but not nicer to him than I am. That's fair to say.
I'm pretty nice to you, except for the throwing the sunglasses.
Nick, I am. I could not be nicer to Nick, as a matter of fact.
Hardy's pretty nice.
Yeah.
That's great. It doesn't take away that I'm nice to Nick. I don't like that narrative. People run with that because I go, Nicholas, and I make fun of him, that like I'm not nice to him. No one is more of a champion of Nick Gemelli than I am. And is that true or not?
True.
Absolutely. I spend an awful lot of my time politicking for Mr. Gemelli.
Easy with the awful lot of your time. You've done it. I wouldn't say that.
There have been weeks where there has been a lot more time than I would have liked to have spent politicking for members of the show. Absolutely. Not so much lately.
How many breakfast sandwiches have you bought him?
That's spending my own money.
That was really good.
And that is, and to that end,
all right,
we should probably invest as a show, Fred, you and I, buy a couple pair of headphones.
Sure, I'll do it. I'll buy them. Why not? I'll buy the headphones.
And I'll be responsible for having them with me every day.
You know what? Just ask. I'll ask Mary for. Don't buy his. In all seriousness, don't buy his headphones.
No,
if we need show headphones,
we get a couple. I'll put them in my office.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. None of us have to buy them. Mary, Mena, and Rick will buy them.
But I will buy a pair of headphones. If Maz's...
You are not going to buy Maz a pair of headphones.
Have you turned this place upside down looking for them today?
Not yet. I haven't had a chance.
Look, here's the deal. You screwed up. You shouldn't have taken Maz's headphones. I know why you did it. You did it for the good of the show, and I'm busting your balls about the stealing. Yeah. Maz has the right to be annoyed by it, but Maz is never going to have you buy him headphones. That's ridiculous. Maz doesn't need your money. Believe me. No one needs your money. Believe me. Maz is fine. Maz is doing good. Don't worry about Maz and his money. Maz, I apologize. I didn't know about it. If I had, Nick would have been at least suspended for who knows what sort of time. You're lucky you didn't get suspended the last time we got in trouble because you were responsible for the whole Disney thing.
What?
I'm kidding. All right. So anyway, Maz, you were right. Nick, you were wrong. But if Maz asks you for money, just ignore him because that's ridiculous. That's nonsense. All right. That'll be that. The case closed. Aaron Rodgers was on the Pat McAfee show, so we have to talk about it. We didn't get to it yesterday. We'll talk about it a little bit coming up. Billy Jaffe at 9.
Sports Hub headlines.
Bruins won their home opener last night. They beat Montreal 6-4 at TD Garden. Mark Kastelik 2 goals. Next up for the Bruins, a home game against the LA Kings tomorrow afternoon. Patriots are without Ramondre Stevenson again at practice yesterday. He's missed back-to-back days now. The team will have a home game coming up Sunday against Houston. And game 1 of week 6 of the NFL season took place last night. No collapse for San Francisco. They beat the Seahawks in Seattle 36-24. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Payblocks. Need fast, secure payment solutions for your business? Payblocks has you covered just like your favorite team. Payblocks delivers every time. Score big with Payblocks, where payments are quick and easy. Visit payblocks.com. That's Payblocks.com today. I'm John Wallach of Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next.
the Sports Hub.
Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. We had Bert Breer in here. We talked a lot about Drake May. We talked a little bit of Josh Allen, but we did talk about the Jets with Saleh and Hackett and everything that's going on over there. And in talking to Bert on and off the air, Bert's talked to like everybody involved in this thing, like almost everybody. And he's talked to Saleh a couple times. He talked about it on Amazon yesterday. And Aaron Rodgers is very unlikable, and he sucks now. So that's all well and good. But no one who reports about the Jets, nor Bert Breer, from his conversations with Robert Saleh, is alleging that he had anything to do with Saleh getting fired. But he was on the Pat McAfee show. Pat McAfee, who the day of the Saleh firing, I turned on ESPN to hear them talking about it, and it was the Stephen A. Smith show. I like Stephen A. Smith, so they were talking about it. And then it went into Pat McAfee, and my balls crawled up into my stomach, and I had to turn it off immediately because I'm very jealous of him. Because he stands and yells, and it was a horrible, horrible hire from ESPN because they gave him, and good for him, he's got all the control and he's got all the money. Nothing against Pat McAfee because he's a terrible broadcaster. And corny. No tastemaker, no one who's cool is going to like Pat McAfee, ladies and gentlemen. And he's too big. You think he's putting people off because he's like too on the edge, but that's not the thing. He's putting people off because he sucks. And like the people that would like him because he's on the edge aren't going to like him because he's corny. So you're in a real bad position here, right?
Yes.
Like Greenberg's fine. I make fun of him, but he's fine. I don't mind him at all. So he appeals to like your average Nebraska guy, and then he's good enough where he doesn't bother me. So you got Greenberg there. But what they thought is when they got McAfee that all right, he's going to alienate some people, but that's the old dodgy guys. Like the young hipsters are going to love Pat McAfee, and I got news for you: he ain't young and he ain't no hipster. He's corny. The only reason that Pat McAfee had all those internet views that you're so tripping over yourself for is because he had the most controversial person in sports on, saying controversial things. Was friends with him and gave him $1 million. Now, good businessman, giving Aaron Rodgers $1 million was paid off. It was one of the world's greatest media investments of all time. But ESPN's investment in Pat McAfee is very, very bad. But here we are. He's talking to Aaron Rodgers because when we play Pat McAfee 99 times out of 100, it's because he's been talking to Aaron Rodgers. And by the way, it ain't his questions that are making these interviews. It's Aaron Rodgers' fondness of himself. But here is McAfee talking to Aaron Rodgers about the Saleh firing.
No, that would be trite at this point, Fred. They're going to get into some other stuff.
Oh, my bad. I apologize.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to hear him say...
no, that's fine.
I'll tell you what he said. I resent the fact people thought I got him fired. I don't have that much power.
Okay, yeah. I don't think he did get him fired. All right, so here we go.
I used to talk a lot about drinking scotch. I'd always say, it's a tough game. What are you going to do tonight? I'm like, well, probably have 3 or 4 fingers. It's scotch.
Don't worry, it'll expand. Just keep working on it.
Soft tissue.
The one that everyone made fun of, like behind his back. Like he's at the party and he thinks he's the king, but afterwards everyone's like, dude.
The one who wore a sports jacket and like high top sneakers.
The one that you tell your female friends, like, you might want to stay away from that.
Maybe
around midnight.
Not a bad guy.
No, just like a douchey, like mentally deficient person.
I used to talk a lot about drinking scotch. I'd always say, it's a tough game. What are you going to do tonight? I'm like, well, probably have 3 or 4 fingers. It's scotch. Now it's
3 or 4 fingers of scotch.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
Scotch.
3 fingers of booze.
Come on, booze. That's what I said. I don't know what y'all talking about.
Oh, you're talking about the fingers in the scotch.
Oh, what a fun way. They did the same joke as me, except horribly, and talked all over each other. See, he's so much better than I am at this.
Come on.
Unbelievable, this guy. Never ends.
Mine's in the better.
Anyways, now you just do ayahuasca. We get it. It's just kind of like around.
Hit the pad. Life changes.
I mean, can I just set that narrative straight as well? I'm not a recreational ayahuasca user.
Okay.
What?
All right. Put it on.
All right.
Put it on the
A shaman has to be present.
Put it on. Okay, we got it. Okay, that is a narrative. Set it straight.
Enthusiast, yeah. Okay, that's fine. But not a recreational user, please.
Okay.
I want that out there.
Is anybody on Earth? You know the world better than me. Is anybody just a recreational ayahuasca?
God, you are such a dork. Yeah, dude, he took ayahuasca like every other yuppie rich dude that goes out to the jungle and wants to have a cathartic experience. It's a trope of the rich now. It's not even interesting. It's not interesting at all. If I hear one more person, you should have heard ESPN the day that Saleh got fired. 5 billion ayahuasca jokes. Didn't you go to high school? Kid's tripping in math class. Get out of here with your ayahuasca being so fascinated by it. You're walking. Mushrooms are legal. They're psychedelics. Stop with this fascination with the ayahuasca. It's something Gwyneth Paltrow does. It's annoying. It's in Goop. If you know if you have ever been with a woman, you'll then of a certain age you'll know what Goop is.
You know from Goop.
You know from Goop.
Is anybody on Earth? You know the world better than me. Is anybody just a recreational ayahuasca? You know what? Yeah, I want to go to the 10th dimension today. And then the next day. And then the next day.
What?
And then the next day. Is anybody doing that?
It's possible. I would say you might need to do some field research and go to Burning Man next year to kind of test that theory.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Yep.
I don't know. I'm 37.
Where's that? That sounds fun.
Where's Burning Man?
Desert.
It's in the Amazon jungle.
It's in Massapequa.
I would never go. I have no desire to go, but I'm aware that it happens. It's the place where Chris Rock got trapped and they had to take him out on a buggy.
No, that's in America.
That's where Burning Man is.
No, it's over there. I think it's left in the desert.
It's Nevada, right?
Yeah,
I think it's in Nevada.
Anyways, AJ has a question for you.
Riding the crest. But AJ had a question.
Whoa, we're going to hear AJ Hawk speak.
AJ Hawk's about to speak.
No, it's
man.
silent. It's the end. It was just that meant the end of the interview. That's like how say good night, Gracie. Good night, Gracie. That's the way they do it. They say AJ Hawk's got a question, and that's the end of the interview. It's like the cute way they do things.
Okay.
He stinks, and I'm right. I'm absolutely right. He stinks. You give that interview to literally anyone on ESPN, and it's a better interview. 100%. Ayahuasca user. No, I don't do it recreationally.
Scotch.
Blah, 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 blah. You could go to Burning Man. Okay. Like lame joke, right? Burning Man. Blah, blah. Ugh. These are all things rich people do. Stop feigning that you're not rich. You're as rich as Aaron Rodgers now. Just because you're in Indianapolis doesn't mean that you don't know these things. You know damn well where Burning Man is, and you know what's going on. Stop playing the role. All right. We'll be back. Barry Siegel.
Toucher and Hardy. 98.5.
Stop.
Beasley Media Group station. Sports Hub headlines.
The Bruins beat the Montreal Canadiens in their home opener last night, 6-4 at TD Garden. Mark Kastelik scored twice as his team bounced back from a 6-4 road loss to Florida in Game 1 of the season.
I think our start, I think we came out ready to playing hockey, and we're a little bit more composed today, and I think it paid off, and at the end we got it done, so it's a good win for us.
Jeremy Swayman started his first game in net in the win. He had 20 saves. Elias Lindholm and Cole Koepke added a goal and 2 assists apiece. The Bruins 1-1 to start things. They play the LA Kings at TD Garden tomorrow afternoon. The Patriots are missing running back Ramondre Stevenson at practice for a second straight day. They host Houston on Sunday. The good news is that after missing Wednesday, Kyle Duggar was back out on the field yesterday in a limited capacity. San Francisco won in Seattle last night to kick off Week 6 of the NFL season 36-24. Interim Jets head coach Jeff Ulbrich yesterday stripped offensive coordinator Nathaniel Hackett of his play calling duties, and he gave them to the team's passing game coordinator Todd Downing. And at the baseball playoffs, the Yankees advanced to the American League Championship Series in 4 games. They beat Kansas City 3-1. They'll play either Detroit or Cleveland next. That series is headed to a decisive Game 5 tomorrow night after a 5-4 Guardians win yesterday evening. Sports Hub headlines are driven by the Albrecht Auto Group, Zoe's Auto Dealer. Get respected Albrecht with 7 locations and thousands of new and pre-owned vehicles. Get the right vehicle at the right price now at albrechtauto.com. I'm John Wallach of Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 9:30.
Start your day.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Work through your day.
What's that thing we do at the end of the show?
And end your day.
I'm not giving you an opinion. I don't know.
Right here. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
It's called rising and grinding.
Start your
Got
day.
your finger on the pulse, Fred.
Begin your
Seldom
day.
right and never wrong.
Right here. Is that toucher or is that target?
I know, looks like a poodle. It's an effing poodle, dumbass.
The Sports Hub.
Big open ice hit by Marchand as he laid out Alex Newhook.
Can't quit. Oh, we are Toucher and Hardy. Brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more FanDuel. You can watch us on YouTube. You can catch the show 24/7, baby, and it runs live in the mornings. Here on YouTube, you search the show or 98.5 The Sports Hub, and look at who's here.
Hey.
Now, let me go back.
Don't you dare. Jesus.
Billy Jaffe.
Been friends with him for 40 years.
I knew him when they were both in Atlanta.
Okay. You guys know. It's the Bruins analyst for Nesson and host of Morning Brew, the very popular podcast. He joins us in studio this morning. He does with Andrew Raycroft. And it's a whole new situation over there at Nesson. Our boy Judd Surratt, your friend of many years, is now doing the play-by-play. It's very good. Everyone loves it. Everyone loves Ryan Johnston doing the play-by-play.
Everybody's in place.
Has Jack Edwards called like 7 times so far this season?
Billy and Jack very close.
He hasn't called me. Texted him a few weeks ago about something. He says he's having a great time doing what he's doing.
What's that exactly?
He's walking. He's really active. I mean, it was a quick text. Had to text him about something else, but he said you could hear it like that he's happy. So it's great.
That's the good thing is I like to hear that kind of stuff, like for real, even selfishly, because that's the thing with Mike Gorman. Is that Mike Gorman, you would think that after being your whole like adult identity has been being the broadcast voice of the Celtics, they have a big night for you, that goes away. Maybe there's like this sense of like longing like, or melancholy or like emptiness. But no, Mike's been super, super happy. He said he'll see how he feels like when the season starts.
How old is Mike? I don't remember. I know
70s. Like sure. I don't know his exact age.
Listen, these
76
guys like that, and Jack, they've earned things. They've worked their asses off. They've done it the right way. So good for them. Like
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Because you like to think that when you choose to retire, and when you choose, and unfortunately, Jack, he chose to retire, but he had the medical condition. But but you hope that when they do retire, that that people enjoy it because that's good news.
I'm sure he can't wait for ski season. You know, he's a fantastic skier.
I know a lot about Jack.
He's and I've never skied with him. Judd has skied with him before, but anyway.
Yeah, because Jack paid Judd, who famously lived with you for a year when he first moved to Boston.
That's good. Judd who also dropped a homemade pasta line last night.
Yeah, Judd was a phenomenal tenant.
I have a feeling, Adam, you and Judd would not be arch enemies.
Share a beer or two. Yeah,
we had a great time.
Oh, exactly. They would share a beer.
We had a great
This
time.
is dollar.
Top half for the bottom half.
Well, no, it was sip for sip. Just to make it even so no one's getting the bottom. All right.
What's happening, guys?
So,
it's been a while.
Yeah, it has been. I mean, they lost in the second round.
Yeah.
So here we are. It's a new season, and we'll ask you the Swayman contract. It's over. We know what it is. How do you feel that all worked out?
Well, took a few twists and turns and upside down and this and that, but eventually it got done. And it actually, when you think about it, there's been so many more that have gone a lot further along into the season. I mean, a lot. Like, this didn't even go into the regular season. It went through training camp, and that were even perhaps more interesting.
No, but how it worked out, like it's over. But like, how did it work out? Like, did you think Swayman won, the team won? How's that leave the team?
Right now, it's a good for both because they get the term, which is important, right? Both sides felt that was important. Maybe this is a little more than the Bruins wanted to spend, and maybe it's a little less than the Swayman camp Jeremy wanted to earn. But when it's all said and done, and this is always the big if with these contracts. I mean, especially for a young guy, though, who is taking over a role, there's now all right, well, let's make it work. Meaning it's got to be, the value's got to be there. His work ethic, his determination, I've said this numerous times, his nickname is Bulldog. This is what he's all about. He wants this. He absolutely wants this responsibility. He wants this spotlight shining on him. And that's what you want. You don't want guys to shy away from it. He can't now. And he's not going to. So did it, Fred, in the end, cliche 101, but best negotiations are when both sides give a little bit, right? They both feel that they've had to give, maybe left a little on the table per se or whatever. But on the other hand, it's done. And, a couple of wins and everybody will be like, okay, let's get our stuff going.
I have trouble wrapping my head around the fact that Swayman feels like he left a lot on the table.
I don't know about a lot, maybe a little, I mean, maybe in the end, he just wanted to get to that Ilya Sorokin contract, which gets him top 5 in the NHL for payment, especially for a guy who hasn't been a regular starter yet.
Right.
Okay. All right. But still, you can ask for X amount for your house, right? And you can ask for it and ask for it and ask for it. And if you get it, or in this crazy market, sometimes you actually get more for it. But if you don't, you still can feel like you deserve that for your house. And then eventually you take what you're satiated with, what you're satisfied with.
But what about his agent? If Swayman had a different agent, would this contract have been done 3 months ago?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
Well, based on your knowledge of the person. All we've heard is he's a hardline guy. It seemed that Swayman wanted to sign. The Bruins wanted to sign him, and this guy kept getting in the way.
A lot of I can't tell you that that's fact, not having been in the conversation. Jeremy was very, you go back to comments that he made about being adamant about being knowledge of the market, wanting to be, it's important for the market. I'm guessing that, remember, the agent works for the player when it's all said and done. The agent works for the player.
Unless you're Reddick from the Jets and your agency drops you because you're such a lunatic.
Well, that's different. Well, that's a whole different. Anyway, not inside those negotiations, John. I can't tell you. In the end, though, let's not forget, so many of these negotiations have gone a lot further along than this one did. And believe it or not, got a lot more acrimonious.
Sure.
This one,
Well, yeah, sure. Okay. Now, how did he look last night to you? Swayman made his first
solid.
card.
He looked solid. I mean, he's going to tell you there's a lot of stuff to get better on. Of course, the Bruins, not just Jeremy Swayman, but the Bruins in general, didn't have a very cohesive camp. They didn't have nearly as much practice time.
Why?
They had travel schedules. They had different game schedule. It just didn't work out. And you have mandatory days off as well. So so part of the reason they also didn't have a ton of, even Marchand said about we really didn't have time to work on the power play until the day before in Florida. It's just how it's worked. You've had different rosters going to different places. You didn't have your starting goaltender, which is all about, let's not forget, you got, a new defenseman in Zadorov. You got a young defenseman in Lowry, and a guy who's still in peak. I'll call him a newbie. And reason I'm bringing that up for, it's communication is important with your defenseman when you're a goaltender, everything. So by no means a major excuse, a reality. It will all get better. So Swayman will have to get better, working on finding pucks, live traffic, et cetera. But that's what goaltenders work the most on. In for the most part, you can't replicate that in practice.
Because the defense has not been good.
Team defense has not been good. No, I mean, at Florida,
bad.
You know what else? Breakouts weren't good against Florida. They didn't handle that forecheck. I know you guys talked about it the other day. The team defense in the first period last night still was iffy. It got better. Second period, it was much better.
But third period,
it was up and down.
Yeah.
It was up and down. No question. Your guys are spot on about that. That's going to come. Let's not forget they also do have a couple of new guys. They're trying to work some things in. Listen, all said and done, you don't love the first game. You like the second game, but what you don't do is go extreme after either one. The Edmonton Oilers got their butts kicked at home. This is the consensus pick, if that's worth anything, to the very least represent the Western Conference in the Stanley Cup final, if not win it all. If you look at a panel of quote-unquote experts, and Edmonton got their asses kicked 6-0 opening night.
Because
it happens.
That's kind of what my question is to you, is that, like, obviously it's the beginning of the season, no one's overreacting, and that the defense is big, and that it's going to take them some time to gel as a unit. Here's my question, though. It has this team been, and I asked this to the coach. I said, Montgomery, I said, is this team been designed to make the playoffs, but then be a team that is built for the playoffs? And that, and he agreed. He said, I'd be willing to sacrifice regular season points to have a team that was built for the playoffs.
Everybody is now. Everybody is. They understand so much more the rigors of the regular season. Now, you can sit here and say, well, wait, the Florida Panthers end up winning the division last year. If I remember correct, they won their last 2 or 3, and Bruins lost their last 3 or 4. I don't remember that. Maybe it was 4 and 2. Regardless.
Yeah, that's
regardless.
That, yeah.
But Florida did. They pushed but they were peaking at that time. They were really getting grooving. So your question and or point, if you made, is very fair. Florida didn't win the President's Trophy last year. They were one of the top teams, just like the Bruins were. You want to be, healthy going into the playoffs, but almost, if not more importantly, you want to be playing the right way and have your team built to sustain the rigors of 28 games, the potential of 7 games in 4 rounds. You have to have that. Now, does size mean that you are going to be completely ready for that? No, because you still have to play with pace, right? I don't think this Bruins lineup right now is, going to be what it is at the end of the season. They'll look to make a move. They always do. There's no doubt about it. But overall, in theory, on paper, I know we don't play the games on paper, but in theory, physically, they're better served for the playoffs. Let's get there. Let's see. They absolutely have got, to me, with a couple of these new guys, you're talking at least 2 guys new on the fourth line, maybe even 3. Fourth line played great last night.
Right.
At least 1 new guy on the on the third line. You're still talking 4 or 5 new guys with Zadorov on the back end. So work those guys in. Do that. A lot of teams have new guys. Give it 10 games. And let's see what we've got. And they still got a decision to make about Tyler Johnson. Can they fit him in? Are they going to be able to kind of do what they did with Danton Heinen from last year? What's happening? Let's see how a guy like Fabian Lysell does, who had a better camp but not enough.
Okay, let's
to
talk
make
about
this team.
Fabian Lysell, of course, has been a talk. He's been was supposed to be their top prospect year after year, at least a handful of years.
Last year would be the first where you.
Yeah, but I had heard of Lysell before then. I hadn't heard of Beecher. I hadn't heard of Lowry.
He was drafted low because he always was skilled, but had attitude problems, which is why he dropped to the Bruins in the first round. The skill's always been there,
and he's not the biggest,
right?
And he's not. But let's see. My point is, let's see if he reestablishes the type of game he played last year in the American League when he was a point-a-game guy down there before he got hit really hard and suffered an injury near the end of the season. My point is there could be options as well internally. So long way to go, a long, long way to go. You're going to see a lot of teams, it feels like, and I'm looking at these scores and around the league already, and it feels like we're going to see a lot of teams end up like 2-2 in their first 4 games.
Yeah.
It's where we're at right now, and a lot of teams made some moves to get better. So we're getting into a season where there's a lot of young players. I think of the guys in San Jose, the Celebrinis and Smiths, like 18-year-old, 19-year-old playing. Right, those guys, they're not going to be good out there, but they're playing with energy right now, and there's a lot of teams playing with energy. Let's remember that things will settle in after about 10 games.
Right, and some of the other changes that are made, the teams may be better on paper, but it's going to take a while for everything to gel on the
Exactly.
ice. Yeah, I would feel a little bit better about this team's like postseason blueprint or their postseason pedigree, how they look right now, if defensively they were a little better in front of both goaltenders so far. And they had
they were good last night in front of getting in front of Ottawa's. In front of Montreal's goaltender, Caden Primo, who played his college hockey here at Northeastern.
I'm talking about in front of Swayman and Korpisalo.
Oh, sorry, both of their goals. I thought you meant both ends of the ice. My bad.
No.
Listen, they were not good. We know they were not good on the opening night in Florida. Watching slow. They were actually slow to get pucks and move pucks.
Kind of flat-footed, and then as a result, I think of being flat-footed, they're getting knocked out of position. Like, I thought these guys are big and tough, and this wasn't going to happen to them.
Well, you can be big and tough if you're not moving your feet, and if you're not being equally as aggressive, you're going to take hits instead of making hits.
Right.
And they weren't making hits, okay? And they weren't moving pucks, and they weren't moving their feet. And that's absolutely well established. I think the best news is that come Monday afternoon, Florida comes back to town, get back on the ice against them. And for an early season game, I'm hoping, fingers crossed, hockey gods willing, that should be a really fun game.
But we saw Kachuk crawl inside the head of Trent Frederick more than once on opening night. I mean, that's the thing. The Bruins can be as physical as they want to with that team.
Got to be smart.
But Florida's much smarter than them.
You know what I mean? Like, they absolutely, they reel you in. They are annoying is all heck. I watched it all playoff long. By the end of the playoffs, they actually got better at it. They didn't do it as much. I think they understood what was on the line, but they are absolutely the most annoying. I also use the word skilled team at bringing you into a situation that you don't want to. So Trent and the other guys will look for that, but you know what? Let it be physical. It's also early in the season, and if you want to get a little bit hairy, so what? So what? Get up. Now remember, they're playing twice now, and then I don't remember the date. They don't see Florida again till much later in the season.
Okay. So yeah, why not have a few fights? All right, Billy Jaffe, the offseason was nice for you? You did big things?
No, it was very short. One trip, that was it. But first world problems, buddy. How about you? How was your? I know you have a technically off season. How was your summer?
I don't have an off season.
I know. I just said
all
that.
gas, no break.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Did you have any fun?
TCOB, taking care of business.
Yeah. Baseball was good.
Yeah, he did a shoulder injury.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Won't see Florida again until January 11th.
I thought it was even later than that.
Oh, I'll still be 49.
Yeah.
I'll still be 49.
Oh, when's your birthday, Fred?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
All right, well, happy birthday.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Billy Jaffe.
That's one more time than I'll say it.
He doesn't mean that, Billy.
Billy, awesome to see you.
He'll do something very
phenomenal
sweet.
to see you guys, too.
All right, Billy, thanks. You can watch him on Nesson and listen in the Morning Brew podcast. We'll be back in just a moment with our award-winning email segment.
More Toucher and Hardy on the way on the Sports Hub.
NFL is flying by, but you still have time to start your...
Toucher and Hardy on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
You know, I got an idea for a bit. The email bit. We should do the email bit. It's a great idea. Let's do the email bit.
Hey, we are Toucher and Hardy as we wind down the week. We've got the whole headphone thing. I'm sure you guys got a million emails about that.
Yep.
You can email JON at 985thesportshub.com to get with Wallach. He doesn't have the H. And it's no coincidence because he's denied being Hebrew for all this time, as we've said.
Drop the H.
He went to what?
He found another.
What is it in the carpet?
He found another religion.
I found two religions, baby. One, the improvisation of the jazz music, and two, sweet, sweet heroin.
Heroin.
Jazz Wallach. Cool. Now come over here with that hand of yours. Make me feel good.
Okay.
All right. You can email Hardy at 985thesportshub.com, Toucher at 985thesportshub.com. You can follow us on Instagram and Twitter at Toucher and Hardy, and you can follow me, where I've now a full 17 people, over 24,000 followers.
Oh man, the money's
Toucher.
going to be rolling in soon. I don't know how or exactly why, but congratulations.
You'd be surprised that nothing's happened.
The windfall.
Nothing's really
Is
happened.
it 25?
It must be
24 or
25K.
25?
It's got to be 25.
25. You
Yeah,
need
yeah.
another 800 and something followers.
900 and
Thank you.
whatever it is.
Yeah.
984, 986.
Let's go 983 if he's 17 over.
Okay, very good.
All right.
Very good.
What do
Mitch,
you guys have? You go
I
ahead.
have. It's interesting. I had a guy email just me last night. He said, "What did Fred do to Jaffe? Why hasn't he been on? This can't be because Fred made fun of his Morning Brew logo. What's the deal?
Oh,
maybe
that's-
Fred could pre-record apologies like Letterman did back in the '80s. I don't know what that means.
I think we've
but-
gotten past the Morning Brew logo
Yeah.
stickiness, and it shan't be mentioned again. But Billy was on this morning, and everything's
Yeah.
fine. Yes, we all did hear about the headphone caper with Maz yesterday. Nick Gemelli's involvement. Mitch in New Bedford said the reason Nick moves so slowly is that his stolen booty doesn't fall out of his shirt. Do we even know
That's
if
not the booty that's making him move slow.
do we even know if his booty is real, or is he stuffing headphones in his backside? I think it'd be a lot lumpier. He's got a very
Plus, if he's putting headphones in his backside, I don't know how it would affect his outer demeanor.
no, not in, just down the pants. I think
Oh,
is
not
what he's saying.
keystring, you're saying.
No.
Oh, okay. I
Very
understand.
difficult to pull off. Hello.
All right, Adam. You got a big smile on your face. I don't know what you're up to.
I don't know where that came from.
All right. You had a smile on your face. I thought you meant to do something. All right. Nick steals. There's no question. We found out that Nick stole Maz's headphones, but then we've also found out that we knew this for years, that Nick was leaving the show. He was going to leave as an intern. I don't blame him. But he was waiting till The Dark Knight premiered, a movie, but he needed to be at the premiere. Could he have seen The Dark Knight a million times conceivably? If he had a million 2-hour periods, he could have. The movie's going to be the same every time you see it. That's what I always think is funny about movies. But he wanted so badly to see this thing that we knew he was leaving too after it was over. And but we played along, and Nick went into the prize closet at the old WBCN building and took Dark Knight memorabilia that was not his. And you know how we know, fellas? He wore it on the show. He came in and we said, "Where'd you get that stuff?" And he goes, "Da, da, da." And we're like, "Where'd you get it?" And he goes, "Prize closet." I said, "Huh." And he goes, "Well, I don't have any money." But then he did inherit money. And you know what he bought? A motorcycle. Do you still have that motorcycle, Nick?
He does not. I never knew that. That's fast. That's a piece of lore that I was not aware of, that
Nick-
Nicholas had a motorcycle.
Nick, you have a relative die. You had a relative.
Hold on, I'm getting him over on the microphone, and I'm going to give him my headphones, which I would like back, please.
Time to play Darling Nikki.
No, he's there.
Okay.
All right, Nick. So you had, this was a long time ago. You had someone in your family die.
Yeah, my grandmother.
Okay, and so you received like a small, like a not life changing inheritance, but you got like a decent chunk of money.
Yeah, I did.
And you at the time were not making any money, right?
No.
Right. And so say he got, let's just say $75,000. Let's just pretend.
Okay.
Nick needed like every bit of that money. So what did he do? He went out and bought a dirt bike. Am I right, or was it a sport bike?
Sport.
Yeah, he went out and bought a sport bike.
It was a Ninja.
He went and bought a Kawasaki Ninja.
No, you didn't.
How many times do you think you drove that thing?
I don't know. Probably a summer.
Yeah, that was not smart.
Nope.
And we made fun of him about it. He would get so mad, and we would just be like, "Dude, it was like a really stupid thing to buy. Like, you need the money. Like, put the money aside, and like, I don't know, like when you need food or something, you could buy that." But he's like, "No, I want a Kawasaki Ninja."
Oh, a Kawasaki Ninja.
Like buying a car would be much more reasonable, right? Because like
Yes.
it's like at least something to take you here and there.
No, I just want to piss it away on a toy.
Yeah, exactly. And a toy that's uncomfortable. And do they even still make Kawasaki Ninjas?
I think they do, yeah.
Okay. You don't see them every day.
No.
All right. Well, thank you, Nicholas.
You're welcome.
Nicholas, you've known how quickly I've forgiven you for stealing Maz's things.
Yes. Thank you.
I've moved on, even though the public has not.
Got my headphones back.
Make sure you get those back.
Next thing you know, he's going to take your library card.
You remember the guy who emailed us about taking his kids to see that concert? Gracie Abrams?
Yeah. Because Zoe, my daughter, had asked to go to the concert, and it wasn't like one of her favorite artists, and the tickets were like ridiculous.
Yeah,
like,
the face value was $85 each. He figured he was going to be able to, buy him, on a secondary market, and they were going for like $1,500, and he wanted to know what to do. He emailed us back yesterday. Said, well, I ended up taking them. Cost me $2,000 for the tickets, and then my 2-year-old car decided it was going to have an alternator die 2 miles from the parking spot. So I ended up getting in a lot, take the kids to the show, figuring I can use roadside assistance to get us towed home afterward. This was a nightmare that ended up costing me $200 to tow my car to the dealership in Medford, not Danvers, which is closer to where I live because of the fine print. Now in 0 hours sleep, my girls and I are in an Uber on the way to Medford to give the dealership my keys and pick up a loaner. Was it worth it?
For the look on those girls' faces, you won't remember what. And now it will become a fun story that you can hold over their heads as they get older.
Have you ever had to do that? Have you ever been broken down and had to take a long tow truck ride somewhere?
Oh, yeah.
I have, but I have a better story. I left my 87 Ford Bronco 2 on the side of Georgia 400, took off the plates, called Enterprise, and they picked me up on the freeway.
It's Enterprise. They'll pick you up on the freeway.
Not like on, but like on an off ramp of the freeway. Like I walked to the nearest off ramp, called them. They picked me up, rented a car, and never went back and got my car again. I just left it there.
But the VIN was
doesn't
still
matter.
there.
I mean, what are they going to do? What are they going to
Contact you and say you abandoned your car?
Okay, so I mean, seriously, like, what are the things? Like, I figured the plates had value, so no one stole them and like put them on their car. But the VIN, I mean, I didn't break the law. Like, I'm not going to go to jail because I left my car on the side of the road. And if they're like, we're going to tow it, you have to come get it, and I would just go no. And I don't even know how they would have contacted me at the time. I was off the grid.
What was wrong with it? Ran out of gas.
Are you done with your little jokes, handyman?
Wiper was sticking. Now go ahead. What was wrong with it?
Well, first of all, the year was 2001, and it was a 1987 Bronco 2.
All right.
The engine was cracked, I'll have you know, to the point where ideally coolant had to be poured not only in the radiator, but over the engine.
Not a good sign.
No. And then, so that became unrealistic. So water would do the trick because it would smoke. Yeah, right. And and it smelled and the whole thing, and it got everything all weird. So I was having to pour water on it. Now, granted, how long did I drive around with the cracked motor? Like a week? Like, it was becoming ridiculous, but I was going on Georgia 400 like a ways. I worked in Cumming. No, I already worked at 99X. I was going to my girlfriend's house, and it was far enough away, and then it just broke. And I'm like, I'm not doing this again. I'm not doing it again.
I had like a jug of water in the car. Like I had stopped even buying radiator fluid. I'd stopped buying coolant. I just like stopped. I was just like, I don't want to deal with it anymore. It was a piece of trash. Like it was over. Everyone had told me, like, dude, this car is unsalvageable. I mean, they could have dropped a new engine in it. I mean, that would have been
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, so it would have cost
kidney transplant on a gerbil.
Yeah, it would have cost like 10 times the amount the car was worth.
Right.
The Eddie Bauer Bronco 2, 1987. While now might be nostalgic, at the time was not a good car. I still have dreams that I'm driving that car around and it breaks down. I have them on a fairly regular basis. That I kept it for some reason, and in a jam I have to drive it, but it breaks down. Oh, that was not an automatic transmission either. That was a manual transmission.
And then you went and bought another Bronco. Boy, they really saw you coming.
No, I went and bought. I leased a very cool Mitsubishi red Eclipse convertible.
No, I'm saying 40 years later you bought another Bronco.
But this is funnier. I brought, because it's insulting to myself. I bought my father hard bargained a lease for me that I hadn't paid the lease for a cherry red Mitsubishi Eclipse convertible.
Was it a 2-seater?
Mwah. No, it had 2 doors but 4 seats. It had a back seat.
Wish I had the Steve Brule drop cherry red.
Oh, baby. It was every man's dream. I mean, it was a car that reeked of masculinity. It was one of those ones that I drove it off the lot, and about a day later I saw it and I went, oh, no. I had this for 2 years.
What hath I done?
Yeah, and I'll tell you, those Mitsubishi, good cars. The clutch burned out and like right away, and they're like, you're driving it wrong. And I go, okay. And I took it to the dealership, and I'm like, let's take a drive. You drive with me and tell me what I'm doing wrong. And they're like, no. And I'm like, no, I'm burning out the clutch. I'm driving it wrong. You drive with me and tell me what I'm doing wrong. And I made the guy drive around with me. He's like, I don't know, dude. I don't know what you're doing wrong.
It's something.
And I go, I'm not doing anything wrong. This car's a piece of garbage. And then I returned it like from the lease all banged up and ended up having to pay for it anyway, basically. Not good.
I had an 88 Jetta that was a lemon from the time I got it, but it was the car that I still have when I got the job in Albuquerque. So I have to, move all my belongings pretty much in the back seat and trunk of this Jetta. And I left East Lansing like 6 o'clock on a, I don't know, Friday night, I think it was. I'm like, I'll just drive until I get tired. Well, this car would periodically just stop and wouldn't restart. It was one of its many issues. So I had a tow truck come out and somehow get it started in Indiana. And then drove all night. I'm just driving all night. I'm outside of St. Louis. I'm in Rolla, Missouri. Turn the car off, get gas, won't start. Like, the tow truck come out again. Guy hits the starter with a crowbar to get the teeth to catch. And he's like, well, that's your problem right there is a starter. Must have been Saturday night when I left because this was Sunday morning now. And he said, all right, well, it's 6 o'clock on Sunday morning. I got her started for you. Now you can go. I said, well, is there a place around here I can get a new starter? He's like, 88 Jetta? No, not till tomorrow. Like, well, I got to be in Albuquerque for my new job starting on Tuesday. He said, well, you better get going. I said, what am I supposed to do? He said, you be all right as long as you don't turn it off. So I drove the rest of the way from Rolla, Missouri to Albuquerque without turning the car off.
Can you fill it? This is going to sound really dumb, but I am dumb. Can you fill the tank with the car on?
No, you're not supposed to. Now you can. It's a terrible idea because there's constant sparks going on from the spark plugs.
Yeah.
So you shouldn't have gas going in while there is sparking going on. One gas station wouldn't let me. They say you have to turn your car off. And I'm shouting back to the speaker. I don't know if it's an intercom situation or what. I said, I can't turn the car off. You can't fill up without turning your car off. They could see, because it was cold. It was February. This was probably like in Texas or something at this point. I'm going across the Panhandle in Amarillo. So I went to another gas station where they didn't notice, filled up a time or two, and drove. It was 700, 800 miles or something.
You got balls on you too, because that. First of all, it's crazy anyway. Like regardless where you were driving, but that's like the Badlands, West Texas.
There's nothing out. There's nothing going on out there, and I couldn't do it without stopping to sleep because I hadn't discovered coffee or cocaine really yet, and I needed to, sleep for a little bit. So I stopped at a rest stop and left the car running and just cracked the window enough because I was at least smart enough to know that you could die of carbon monoxide poisoning. So I slept for like 20 minutes with the car running with the window cracked open, but it was so freaking cold.
You can die from carbon monoxide poisoning just having the car running with you in it?
Yeah, in older cars, and this was a crappy car too that had all kinds of issues going on.
That's
the
interesting.
fumes can get
Hardy, my car, my 89
Why am I not
Pontiac
dead?
Bonneville broke down in the Badlands in New Mexico. I would tell the story, but we should probably go to break.
Oh.
Whoa.
What, like White Sands?
But it's Friday, and we won't be able to hear the rest of it till Monday.
No, the literal Badlands, like Badlands National Park. Like,
You guys
oh,
are
please.
insane. You
Yeah.
should have just flown.
Jeez.
My friend Nick says that's an old wives' tale about filling up cars while they're on. Worked on cars for years.
Yeah, well, probably using they tell you to don't use your cell phone at gas pumps for years too, and now nobody cares.
But they did prove that something could happen on Mythbusters. Like it's a 1 in a billion chance, but there is something that technically could happen. I can't remember what it was, but they myth-busted it. And then that redheaded girl was strangely attractive. And then you look back and you're like, not really. Because she was on a geeky show.
I played golf with a demolition expert from Mythbusters.
The black-haired kid?
No, the older guy, the demolitions guy.
Oh, the guy with the glasses?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's supposed to be a big dick.
Not the bearded guy with the hat.
Oh,
No,
okay.
another guy. Just secondary character.
All right, my bad. Because I know the Asian guy, the good-looking man, and the redheaded woman.
Yeah.
And then the two mains,
Yeah.
Jamie and whoever.
Yeah.
But Jamie and the other guy did not get along. Apparently
not.
Apparently the bald guy had no sense of humor. All right.
Oh, I got a good stack item for us.
Yeah, I know you do.
Big controversy online last
and
night.
I have not seen it, so this is another thing I'm walking into blind. We will be back in just a moment.
Sports Hub.
Central Art of the Stack is brought to you by D'Angelo Grilled Sandwiches, freshly grilled, freakishly good. The D'Angelo Classic Steak and Cheese, savory steak and melty American cheese piled high on golden brown bread. Devour one today. I think you're talking about Kendra, and it's funny because there's a video that Nick made that we put up on the Instagram account at Toucher and Rich, or Toucher and Rich, sorry, at Toucher and Hardy, at Fred Toucher. That's where I get confused. And he put it up there, and someone said, it's me telling my very funny joke about, he said that he had an oblique injury, and I said, it's not bleak. How can you say that?
Yeah.
How would you know? You're not a doctor.
Yeah.
And so everyone had at the time of their lives, they laughed a lot. And I get messages like this. The comment is like how it was something along the lines of like, I changed my personality.
You're like, Fred, you're not funny.
No one said that. No one lied. But they were like, you turned it. They're like, you changed your personality because Kendra was in there. And I'm like, no, I'm always telling great jokes.
Yeah, my favorite part of that clip is at the end when you say, Kendra, we have fun here.
Yeah, we have fun around here. I mean, what are you new to the show?
Yeah.
I mean, we have a lot of fun.
Woman named Molly on Twitter tweeted out last night, apparently about the Bruins, or I don't know if Molly works somewhere else near TD Garden. There's a quote-unquote reporter who dressed as Winnie the Pooh for the Bruins game, and I need to know who hurt this person. Do you know who the quote-unquote reporter was that dressed as Winnie the Pooh for the Bruins game last night? Kendra Middleton. This sparked a vicious back and forth between Molly and Kendra and supporters of both. Kendra just replied first with a, you rang. And Molly then says, yeah, it seems it was her. She's not living rent-free in my building. The owner of a bar I worked at asked what the F she was doing, I fear.
Huh?
God forbid someone... I fear is a big phrase now among the youth.
No, but why would the owner of the bar know that Kendra was dressed as a bear?
I don't know. I don't know.
Was there a feature of her on Nesson? I did not see that. So I don't understand what the owner of the bar has to do with it, or why she has to excuse why she saw Kendra. She's automatically backpedaling, this woman.
You wish you were her, sadly. You're so right. I wish I dressed as a child.
Is this woman a reporter that said that?
No.
So she saw Kendra's... Here's what's interesting about social media. So she saw Kendra's social... Because there's no one else that put it up.
No, I think she actually saw her physically somewhere last night.
Okay, but Kendra's not a reporter. So Kendra was in the stands, I take it.
Yes.
So what the hell difference does it matter what Kendra's made? If you just said, hey, there's some girl dressed as a bear and she looks like a jackass, fair enough. But if you're saying, like, that's under the guise of, like, Kendra was there on the 9th floor, and then after the game was down in the locker room dressed like a bear, that's completely unfair. And what the hell business is it of hers what she does? Oh, Fred, you're defending Kendra. In this case, I am. Like, she's, first of all, not a reporter in any way, shape, or form. She's a media personality, but she's not a reporter. That's pretty unfair.
Now, generally, how do you feel about someone dressing up in a full Winnie the Pooh onesie and going to a hockey game?
Like, would I do it? No. And, like, would I be like, this is, like, super funny? No. Like, I don't think it's funny. But, I mean, I also don't find it offensive in any way. And I think that like, saying this is a reporter. And then how did she phrase it again? Because it's that dumb, snickering, like, garbage way of phrasing things, like you're so above everything. Go ahead.
There's a reporter who dressed as Winnie the Pooh for the Bruins game, and I need to know who hurt this person.
Like, why do you have to say, and I need to know who hurt this person? Like, it's not funny to say that. You know what would be funny? Like, who's this piece of garbage dressed as a bear? I hope they die. Like, that would be like, I'd be like, oh, okay. Like, that's kind of funny. No, you're taking it. You wouldn't think that's funnier than what she wrote?
I think it would be more honest.
Yeah,
if that's how you really feel about the situation.
Yeah, like, I mean, I obviously don't feel that way, but I mean, that would be better than.
Yeah.
Like that, because you know she read that somewhere else and threw that in there.
By the way, somebody else emailed in and said you didn't get fined for your abandoned car on the highway because Adam 12 found it and is driving it. There you go.
Vroom, vroom.
He salvaged it for you.
You know the story about my dad's MG. The first day we moved to Farmington Hills, the first day we moved to the Detroit area, he parked it in our driveway at 29747 Fox Grove Road. Woke up the next morning and everything was off of it. Fred, what do you mean everything was off of it? The doors, the tires, everything inside of it. Their first night in Detroit, Michigan, his car was stripped to the bones in the driveway of our home. And then they went and met the neighbors, the Hills, and the Hills said, be careful. I got up last night to go to a couple nights ago to go to the bathroom, and there were people in the house. I also got another good one about a theory about why we have Crash on, and it's all about how I'm turning 50, an alcoholic divorcee.
Let's dig into that next week.
I mean, it's just like, Jesus Christ, dude. Can't I just have Crash? I liked him when he came on to talk about Disney. Like, not everything is this trip into the psyche. Not everything is there. All right, so we'll be back in just